welcome, one and all. Welcome back to another episode or spy number of Chasing Labels. We are up to number 162, if my count is correct, which hopefully it is. Welcome, like I said, welcome, one and all, spy number 162. And today we'll be obviously going into and delving into all of the things that we usually do here on Chasing Labels. That is a bunch of the boutique label announcements from the boutique companies over the last 2 weeks or so. That seems to be our time frame. Of course, we'll be delving into the biggest ones, which happen to drop the day after the last episode, and that would be the Vinegar Syndrome and partner label OCN titles. Those will be done obviously towards the end of the show. Those are the big headliners. I'm pretty sure many of you already know all the details you could possibly want to know about them because they did drop about 2 weeks ago. So those have been out for quite some time. But I, of course, wanted to, keep the consistency going and go over all of those. I did get to watch a plethora of them, probably more so than I've ever had because I had a full 2 weeks to dive into them, which, to be honest, for the amount that Vinegar Syndrome and the partner labels release, that seems to be the time frame to go through all of them that you need to actually, digest all of them. But before we go into all of those things, um, there are a couple of things I do want to catch up here on Chasing Labels. Obviously, recently we did our On Watch Pile episode that came out last month. We will be doing another one this month, which I've got to talk to Steven about to see when we're going to be scheduling that, and what it's going to be about. If there's any specific theme for the On Watch Pile, we will, of course, post about it and let you know beforehand. But since the last time we met, I've got a bunch of things in the mail. So quickly going over them. Something I got literally today is To Catch a Thief, the 4K UHD release. This is the Paramount Presents release. This is Paramount Presents technically number 3 because it is a re-release of something they already put out on Blu-ray, to much chagrin. When it came to the early release titles for the Paramount Presents line, many of them were received quite positively by the movie collecting community, but they did screw up when it came to Catch a Thief. So I never bought that Blu-ray. I still have the old Paramount Blu-ray, but they did make up for it by putting it out in 4K and fixing all of the technical issues that they had with the Blu-ray release from the Paramount Presents line. That Paramount Presents Blu-ray had transfer issues. Transfer issues. That's what it was. While this one here, I hear, looks immaculate. I haven't watched it yet. It literally just came in the mail today. This is one of my favorite Alfred Hitchcock films of all time. I love Cary Grant. I adore Grace Kelly. Putting them on screen together back in that time was a stroke of genius. A stroke of genius. Two of the most beautiful people you could ever put on screen at one time together. And I've been slowly trying to upgrade all of my Alfred Hitchcock films from Blu-ray to 4K. A lot of the Blu-rays of Alfred Hitchcock films were just simply not very good. Even when they came out, they were just not very good releases, transfer-wise and stuff like that. Mostly transfer-wise. They pretty much just ported over the old DVD special features, so nothing really much in the way of that. But the 4Ks for the old Alfred Hitchcock films look very, very good. I've got To Catch a Thief. I've just got North by Northwest late last year. That was, one of the best, I think, kind of studio upgrades from last year's North by Northwest. Warner Brothers did very well with it. And I've been slowly catching up on getting all of the Alfred Hitchcock releases on 4K. I'm still quite behind. I still have a bunch to go, but slowly but surely making my way, revamping that section and doing all of that with the collection. But some other things here, a Criterion release, which doesn't come out until later this month, I was able to get my hands on. And this is Prince of Broadway, the Sean Baker film. This is one of Sean Baker's films that I don't believe had anything outside of a DVD release. It really didn't. And this is one that I think people have been waiting to come to, physical media or even, Blu-ray form. And it did get a Blu-ray release. I remember once when we talked with Sean Baker here on Chasing Labels back, oh goodness, was it 2022? I think it was October of 2022. he mentioned that this movie was coming on the way, and it finally got a release this month. So this is coming out this month along with his film Anora. I talked about both of these here on Chasing Labels when they were announced. Um, I really want to get Anora because Best Picture winner, really great film, one of my favorites from last year. Yeah, Prince of Broadway never even had a DVD release. It's only ever had this Blu-ray. This is its first physical media release, which is incredible. This is the 2008 film directed by Sean Baker. Criterion picked that up, and I usually don't get Criterions until the sales come around, whether it be the flash sales, whether it be random sales on whatever website, or the Barnes and Noble sale is where I load up during the summertime, and of course the fall as well. But this is an exception. This was an exception to that rule. I made a big mistake with doing this, and I kind of knew it was gonna happen at the time. But of course, we all know recently the great Gene Hackman passed away, and I fall victim to this all the time. Every time an actor, actress, artist, author, whomever pass away, you scramble to get all of their stuff because everybody's gonna do it. And it's gonna sell out everywhere and all this kind of stuff. I fall victim to this every time too, and I picked up his film Uncommon Valor on Blu-ray. And this was put out by Paramount on just a plain, no frills release, no special features, no nothing, basically just the movie on Blu-ray. This came out a couple of years ago, and literally was it yesterday or today? Actually, yesterday. Kino announced they're putting this out on a 4K UHD with a new transfer, with special features, all the kit and caboodle, all the good stuff. And of course, I have this Blu-ray now that I literally just bought a month ago. I'm going to end up having two copies of Uncommon Valor, the Gene Hackman film. And I finally bought my favorite movie of 2024. And this is the 4K UHD release of Dune Part 2, the Denis Villeneuve film. This pairs perfectly with the first Dune film. Like, I think you have to watch both films together to get a one giant, massive, epic film, and that's really the way to watch it. Because the first film kind of ends rather abruptly. There's not really a good time to end the Dune saga, but they did the best they could with where to end it. And then this obviously continues the rest of the adaptation of the book, the great, high sci-fi classic book that has been around since the 60s. But this was my favorite film of last year, and I waited way too long to buy it because I wanted to find it with a slipcover, and finding it with a pristine slipcover was kind of difficult. So I lucked out in doing that. But this is just epic filmmaking, really it is. And of course, we know recently the passing of the great, I would say great, Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer is one of the best actors of our time, really. I have this movie in my collection actually twice over already, but I rebought it because I was wanting to rebuy it anyway, so I figured I would buy it now. And this is actually the Steelbook edition of Top Gun. Now, obviously, this movie is known for being a Tom Cruise film. Uh, it's one of his breakout films of the 1980s. I don't think that's not accurate to say, but of course Val Kilmer is in this film as well, you know, playing his iconic role of Iceman. And the reason why I bought this steelbook, I'm not a big steelbook collector really. I bought a bunch early on when I was started collecting DVDs and Blu-rays, and they're really cool. I don't mind the packaging. I mean, they're a little way over expensive now, I would say, in the modern collecting world. But the reason why I bought it is when it comes to Paramount 4K releases right now, I've noticed this trend. I've been saying this all along. I noticed the trend of mainstream studios have been doing this. They do not include the Blu-ray disc of the movie along with their regular 4K edition releases. But they do include it with a lot of their Steelbook editions, and Paramount is one of those who do that consistently. They've done it with some of the Scream films. They've done it obviously here with Top Gun. They've done it with their Sonic films. Like if you buy, their Sonic films, the video game films, the Steelbooks have the Blu-rays. The 4K editions do not come with the Blu-rays. So if you want everything, if you're OCD like me when it comes to collecting, and you want to have the best of both worlds, both formats, to keep it, just take a look and see if the Steelbook counterparts from mainstream studios come with the Blu-rays. They often do. The negative part of that is that sometimes these are very limited and they sell out quickly, or people are selling them for much higher than they probably should be. But that is Top Gun. I've had this movie on DVD, Blu-ray, and 3D. Uh, the 3D is kind of defunct now, but now that I've got it in 4K, I'm good. Another Steelbook here, and this was only released in Steelbook. This is David Fincher's Panic Room. What a gigantic release, finally. This is put out by Sony. And what is so monumental about this is they've told us for years upon years upon years, Sony, directly from Sony, that David Fincher's Panic Room was going to get a Blu-ray release, and it never came until now. Until now, we've not only got the Blu-ray, but we've got the 4K as well. And currently, this only comes in this very sleek, very stylish steelbook. I haven't watched it yet, so I can't really comment too much on the transfer or anything like that. But I have to assume that it's better than the DVD. That DVD has been around seemingly since the movie came out. So that DVD is decades old at this point that I have in my collection, that you probably have in your collection. So getting this upgrade is kind of monumental. And if you want to get this steelbook, I would definitely get it sooner rather than later, because it is starting to get a little more expensive. So keep in mind for that. A couple of other things here, and then we'll dive into the usual stuff. But I figured I would share some of this stuff. Speaking of the late great Val Kilmer, I have never owned the movie Top Secret at all in my collection, and the, I guess, best way you can currently own it is on 4K, and that is through this collection here, the ZAZ collection. This is, of course, the Zucker Abrams and Zucker collection, and this includes The Naked Gun in 4K, Airplane in 4K, and Top Secret. Top Secret, I think, was Val Kilmer's first film, first starring role, and I've never owned it in any format. So I picked this up, and of course, this sold out very quickly on many sites, as well as the 4K edition of Real Genius. So if you want to get the 4K edition of Real Genius and you find it, I would definitely buy it. Hopefully it'll come back in stock in some places, but so far it sold out very fast. It sold out very fast. So I picked this up here, and this is a nice set for a mainstream studio. This is a very nice collection of movies. It comes in a digipack style. It's a fold out. I believe you get like like mini posters for each film. And it's a nice, well compact set. It's very impressive for a mainstream studio to do that. As it is, we're getting the bare minimum when it comes to the mainstream nowadays. So anytime they do anything extra, I guess it's worth praising. But yeah, so I got that, and then I also got an Arrow release, and I was so surprised to find this still in stock anywhere. And this is the 4K UHD limited edition of the Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone film Demolition Man. This came out late last year and sold out very quickly. The US edition did. The UK edition is still available pretty much mostly everywhere, but it was the US edition that I wanted. And yeah, obviously this is a popular Warner Brothers action film from the 90s, starring two great action stars of that era. Makes sense why it would sell out. I've never owned this in any format. Never owned it on VHS, DVD, or Blu-ray, and I own it now. And because I watched it so many times on cable, I never felt the need to go out and buy it. There are a few films like that where I watched them so many times, I never felt the need to go out and buy them. But Demolition Man, I thought it was time to get it. Fun action, dystopian 90s film. Loaded with special features. This edition is loaded with special features. As all of you watching the stream can see here, just this entire paragraph is just all details about this edition. Once again, Arrow only coming with the 4K UHD. There's no included Blu-ray, which kind of gets to me a little bit, because you do spend quite a premium amount for an Arrow limited edition. It would be nice if we got the Blu-ray as well, but can't have everything, I guess. Still a nice edition, though. I have another Arrow edition coming in the mail, Witness. Finally was able to track down a limited edition 4K of Witness, the Harrison Ford film, directed by Peter Weir, I believe. I wanted that when it came out, and I missed out, and that sold out so fast. So that is everything. We've spent about 15 minutes going over all this cool stuff, but let's dive into what we're going to get into this week, so we're not here for several hours at this point. Now I just got to find a place to put these and during the show, so I don't, so they're not just like distracted and in my way. So let me put these. Let me put these aside. Um, First up here, we will be going over Warner Archive. I figure that's a good place to start. They literally dropped their announcements uh, the day or two after the last episode, so let's dive into that right away. We do have some comments here, though, I want to get into first. Acres of Movies is back here once again. Hello, Acres of Movies. Thank you for once again showing your support and showing up. Um, Acres of Movies says, I'm interested in Mystery Street, but we're going to talk about that very, very soon. Um, Acres of Movies also says, do you think Loose Cannons, the Hackman Aykroyd action comedy, will get a special edition soon? And also target the movie with him and Matt Dillon. Coincidentally, I talked about that when it was announced here. Kino's put out a Blu-ray of that already, a Blu-ray of that already. It is available to buy, and it's super affordable. It came out, I think, last year. It was either last year or the year before. And I've talked about it here, and actually, I want to get it. I really, really want to get it. Kino's running a sale right now on their website. I don't know if that's part of the sale, but either way, it's still relatively affordable. And that's Target, where Gene Hackman and Matt Dillon play a father son, and the mother's been kidnapped in Europe on vacation. So it's kind of like Gene Hackman doing Taken. That's kind of what it is. Um, that's the way to sell it. So that is available. Acres of Movies also says, would you rather visited the set of the 1994 The Flintstones or the set of the Phantom Menace? Phantom Menace. It's Star Wars. Star Wars is so near and dear to my heart. Yeah, like just to be on a Star Wars set, like that's something that you can never replicate. Let's see. Acres of Movies also says, do you like the features for the Demolition Man so far? Have you gone through them? I have not gone through them. What did you think of the commentary? I haven't gone through it yet. Who does the commentary? Is it just brand new audio commentary by director Marco Brambilla and screenwriter Daniel Waters. Also a brand new commentary by film historian Mike White of the Projection Booth podcast. And there's another commentary by Marco Brambilla and producer Joel Silver. Wow, that's 3 commentaries on here. That's impressive. Yeah, I have not. I just got this in the mail, I think, last week. So uh, I've got to basically catch up on a lot of the stuff that I've gotten recently. Because basically between the week leading up to the podcast it's literally just me watching movies for the podcast. That's 95% of what I'm doing. Um, just all day, every day. So I know I don't get a chance to watch any of the stuff I've got. I don't get a chance to catch up on any of new stuff that's in the movie theater or anything that's been dropping on streaming or whatever. It's just all podcast stuff. So I got to catch up. Let's see. Acres of Movie says Joel Silver and Brambilla did commentary on the DVD. Well, that got transferred over to here as well. So you got 3 commentaries on that. No wonder why that was such a good release. But let's see, where is it? Here it is. So Warner Archive announces their May releases. So these are coming out next month. At this point, if you're listening in the past, obviously they've already come out. Or if you're listening in the future, I mean, they've already come out in the past. So we've got, let's see, Mystery Street from 1950, High Society from 1956, Rhapsody in Blue from 1945, Lean on Me from 1989, Three Comrades from 1938, and La Vie en Rose from 2007. So luckily, I've seen all of these movies. I'm going to save the big one for last, which is going to be High Society. But we will get it. Let's talk about Mystery Street. So, Mystery Street is a noir. It's a noir police procedural. It's directed by John Sturges. John Sturges being, kind of an underrated director, I would say. John Sturges. He's someone who let me check his filmography really quickly. Let me check his filmography. I think he directed The Magnificent Seven, if I remember correctly. He did westerns and movies and westerns and such. Let's see, where are you? I'm looking at my letterbox right now to I'm going way okay, here's Mystery Street. Okay, I kept scrolling past it like 3 times. Mystery Street from 1950, directed by John Sturges. Let's see. Yeah, John Sturges, The Great Escape, Magnificent Seven, a super underrated movie called Bad Day at Black Rock. That has a Blu-ray edition from Warner Archive. That's a really great film, starring Spencer Tracy. He also did Gunfight at the OK Corral, another really good film. He did Joe Kidd, starring Clint Eastwood. He did The Eagle Has Landed, also starring Clint Eastwood. That's a war film starring Clint Eastwood. Ice Station Zebra, another war film. That stars Rock Hudson. I've been wanting to watch that for so many years. There is a Blu-ray of it. It's a long movie. I think it's like 2.5 hours long. It's a long film. But he also directed The Old Man and the Sea, which is I believe that's the Spencer Tracy film as well. And of course, he directed Mystery Street. And so, Mystery Street, the premise is as such: when a young woman's skeletal remains turn up on a Massachusetts beach, Barnstable cop Peter Morales teams with Boston police and uses forensics with the help of a Harvard professor to determine the woman's identity, how she died, and who killed her. And the um the Barnstable cop Peter Morales is portrayed by Ricardo Montalban. Ricardo Montalban, of course, known most well for being Khan in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, but of course he had a much longer career before that movie came out in the early '80s. Um, and he plays Peter Morales, and he is a cop who is trying to figure out who this person was and how their remains ended up, just showing up on the ocean, on the beach. And you get the typical kind of cop procedural, going through different suspects, putting together a story, a background about who this woman was, and all of that stuff. I won't obviously give away the mystery or anything like that, but it is a pretty tight, very good, film noir from 1950. Uh, well directed by John Sturges. So Mystery Street, I would recommend. Um, if you're into that genre, will be for special features here. It says new 4K restoration from the best surviving preservation elements. So obviously, not an original camera negative or anything close to that. There's an audio commentary by Elaine Silver and Elizabeth Ward. Elaine Silver, obviously being a noir expert. He's written many books. There's him, Eddie Muller, Alan K. Rody, all of these people whose names you probably have heard of before. If you haven't, those guys are the experts. We've had Eddie Muller here, the czar of noir, on Chasing Labels. One of the greatest honors of my life. I got to meet one of my heroes, and he couldn't have been a cooler dude. Couldn't have been a cooler dude. I say this all the time. He does a lot of great work when it comes to preservation and restoration of film noir, exhibiting film noirs, and all that kind of stuff. Working along with Flickr Alley to put out Blu-ray releases of, deep catalog film noirs that you just don't that you don't see. And I still to this day need to get a lot of those Flickr Alley releases. But there's a featurette on here as well called Murder at Harvard. And then there are classic MGM cartoons of Little Quacker, Tom and Jerry in the Hollywood Bowl. That's always kind of cool because you never know if these MGM cartoons are going to see the light of day on Blu-ray. Some of them do. Some of them have. I know they're releasing a Tom and Jerry collection. That's MGM. Uh, so that's really cool. But yeah, that's Mystery Street. It's shot by John Alton. John Alton, who shot a lot of great film noirs. I think like the T-Men. I remember that. I think he walked by night. I'm just kind of riffing here. I could be completely wrong, but yeah, he shot a lot of really great 1940s film noirs and stuff. So that is Mystery Street. These are all coming out May 27th, actually. Um, yeah. Oh, hello. We got some other people popping in here. So Adam Schofield has popped in here, said Bad Day at Black Rock. Yeah, he mentioned that. That's a John Sturges film, which is great. Adam Schofield says, hi, Andrew. Hello, Adam. Adam Schofield again says, Bad Day is superb, kind of slips between genres. It's not really a Western, not really a noir. It's why I like it. Yeah, it's more of a mystery, like a gritty mystery. Um, basically Spencer Tracy comes to town, uh, one-armed Spencer Tracy comes to town, and he's for a reason. For a reason. That's all I'll say. Um, yeah, you'll notice a lot of also like character actors that are in there. Like I think Ernest Borgnine plays like a heavy, one of the guys that he confronts in town and stuff like that. Um, Adam Schofield also says bad day. Only criticism is Anne Francis's character is unnecessary. Okay. But let's see. Okay, so that was Mystery Street. Let me move this. Makes it easier for me to navigate it. Oh, yeah, I'll skip that right now. They do want to, because I want to talk about High Society last. So I'll go with Rhapsody in Blue. So Rhapsody in Blue is a 1945 musical. You know, it's a music movie biopic, if you will, about George Gershwin. The film traces Gershwin's rise from a song plugger for a Manhattan music publishing company to the heights of international fame and fortune. Gershwin's first big hit is Swanee, introduced on Broadway by Al Jolson, who plays himself in the film. Al Jolson, uh, the famous actor, song and dance man of the 20s. Well, I believe he's the first. Al Jolson's The Jazz Singer is the first movie where someone talks, and it's like 1927, and he sings in the movie, and it's the first time that you hear somebody's voice in a movie, I believe so. Um, he's known for he's also known for doing blackface performances, which you see him in this film as well. So I do want to tell people about that. It is still unsettling to this day. I know, obviously, historical context of the time, all of these things, obviously. But it's still like you don't expect it. Like you still see, you're like, oh my goodness, with blackface, that's not good. Um, but so Al Jolson is in this film. He also so it goes through the I won't read this whole thing here. It goes through the rise and career of George Gershwin, and he's done he did a lot of songs that have since become all time classics in the 1920s and into the 30s. Passed away very very young. Unfortunately, George Gershwin did. I don't I think he passed away at the age of 38. He had unfortunately had a brain tumor. He had brain cancer, and that's how he passed away. Um, but this is a really good biopic, and it was something to definitely mention here. It says Warner Archive's new Blu-ray disc restores over 12 minutes of footage to the film never before seen by the general public, and also includes the outstanding overture of Gershwin melodies, which only accompanied the film during its New York and Hollywood premiere engagements. So this film is being kind of seen with the extra footage for the first time. I believe who directed well, let me see. Who directed Rhapsody in Blue? Yeah, Irving Rapper. Irving Rapper directed Rhapsody in Blue, and I believe the studio made him cut the movie down. It is a long film. It is a film. Let's see what they got for the runtime on here. It's probably not accurate. Oh, it doesn't even say. Okay, not helpful in the least bit. Blu-ray.com. Not helpful in the least bit. But yeah, this is the longer reconstructed version of Rhapsody in Blue. Rhapsody in Blue is obviously one of his most famous songs. He also did like operas and all kinds of musical things. You just do a quick Google search of George Gershwin and you'll get a nice little rundown of, why he was so important and why he was really kind of a pioneer of Broadway, and a lot of things like that. But see what we got here. Nothing in the way of special features. Just says new 4K restoration and reconstruction with previously unseen footage plus overture. So you're getting the longer cut of the movie that I think was assumed to be lost for like the longest time. And the fact that they were able to dig through the Warner Brothers archives and find this footage, 12 minutes is not exactly a short amount of time. That's a lot of footage, especially on film. And to get it and to, restore it, reconstruct the movie, put it together. That's them taking a little bit of extra effort here that you don't really see very often. So I'm surprised. But that's Rhapsody in Blue. Oh, I also want to mention Rhapsody in Blue stars Robert Alda as um as George Gershwin. Robert Alda is Alan Alda's father. I didn't realize that, Alan Alda came from an acting family. Probably should have known that, but I didn't. So sue me. So uh, that is something that I thought was very interesting to find out. Um, yeah, I like the movie, but you've got to be into musicals. You've got to be into Broadway musicals. You've got to be into kind of the MGM musicals of the 30s, of the 40s, on the cinematic versions to really appreciate this movie because there are some long sequences of just music being performed on stage. So you get sequences of that, and if you're not into that, um, and you're more plot associated with films, this may not be the movie for you. But moving on, we have the movie Lean on Me, which stars Morgan Freeman. This is a John G. Avildsen film. Now, many of you probably know John G. Avildsen because he directed Rocky, he directed Karate Kid, and this movie here is interesting because it's a movie whose premise you've seen done before. This is not going to be completely out of line or out of the realm of things you haven't seen before. Let me get the premise up here. Yeah, so Lean on Me, like I said, starring Morgan Freeman, came out in 1989. When Principal Joe Clark takes over decaying East Side High, he's faced with students wearing gang colors and graffiti covered walls. Determined to do anything he must to turn the school around, he expels suspected drug dealers, padlocks doors, and demands effort and results from students, staff, and parents. Autocratic to a fault, this real life educator put it all on the line. So it's one of those, inner city troubled school needs to be fixed up, and this savior principle comes along and has to do that. There's a little more context here that this synopsis doesn't give you. He used to be a teacher at this school like decades earlier when it was like in its prime and it was like super nice and the students were all, high performing students, respectful, all this kind of stuff. And he's coming back to the school like 20 years later and it's now just this absolute mess, chaotic, decayed place of where like the students don't care. The place is just filled with criminal element and all kinds of stuff. And he comes in has got to be this hard knocks type of guy. And he all not only to the students but to the other teachers too. Lots of friction there between the teachers and him, and he's kind of an asshole in this movie. Morgan Freeman is a real big jerk because he wants things done exactly his way. He will not let other people sway him. He'll fire people just on a whim. Really kind of a jerk in the movie, but he's trying to get results because if he doesn't get results, I think the school is going to be taken over by the government's going to take it over and the school superintendent doesn't want that to happen, or the mayor doesn't want that to happen, or both of them. So they bring in Morgan Freeman to try to fix it up. So it's one of those you've seen these movies before. I don't have to sway you. Um, let's see. Oh yeah, we have some other comments here. Um, let's see. Yeah, Adam Schofield says this is he's visiting a friend and finds a mystery, and that's kind of the premise of Bad Day at Black Rock. Let's see. Adam Acres of Movies says I'll acquire Rhapsody in Blue. Hey, if you like Golden Age of Hollywood films, it fits right in there. It fits right in there. Um, Acres of Movies says, wow, that is interesting. And then Acres of Movies also says, Lean on Me, very popular at the time. What is your favorite principal or teacher or coach in movie history? Um, that's tough because I would have to go and look. See, in movie history, let me look. I have to think. I gotta think. Um, I mean, there's Coach Carter. Uh, there's of course the coach from Hoosiers, Gene Hackman's character, of course. There's there's Matthew McConaughey in We Are Marshall. Best teacher slash coach movies. There we go. It's something to spur my thing at the moment. Let's see. No boy. School of Rock with Jack Black is great. Obviously, Mr. Miyagi in The Karate Kid. Teacher, definitely teacher. Remember the Titans with Denzel Washington. That's a good one. Dead Poet Society, Robin Williams. Um, that's pretty great to me. Goodwill Hunting. You've got Robin Williams again as kind of a teacher, kind of a guide. Someone trying to like help a younger person out. Um, yeah, so those movies. I mean, on television, my favorite show of all time is Friday Night Lights. So it would be Kyle Chandler as Coach Taylor in Friday Night Lights. I think that's a really good role. He and Connie Britton in that show, um, kind of carry that show very well. Great ensemble cast, but they were really standouts in that show. Let's see, we got some other comments here. Um, Adam Schofield says Ted Kochev passed away this week. Any thoughts on favorite movies of his? We just talked about. Oh, what was his movie that he did? Um, Hold on, let me look up. It's the one from Australia that we just talked about. See. Well, he directed First Blood. Oh, Wake and Fright. Wake and Fright is very good. The Australian film Wake and Fright, which just got announced that is coming out. I think from Umbrella. Yeah, I want to say Umbrella. Um, he of course directed First Blood. He directed the Apprenticeship of Duddy Kravitz. This is a movie that's put out by Fun City, and it's uh starring Richard Dreyfuss. Underrated film, pretty good film actually. I've got the Blu-ray over there. Um, what else did Ted Kochev direct? He directed Switching Channels. So Switching Channels is a movie that came out in 1988 starring Kathleen Turner, Burt Reynolds, and Christopher Reeve. And it is a remake of His Girl Friday, but it is set at a news station, like a TV news station versus a newspaper. It's not a great movie. It's nowhere near as good as um His Girl Friday or anything like that. But it's fascinating. It's a fascinating kind of 80s remake of that premise, but set at a news station starring Burt Reynolds and Christopher Reeve and Kathleen Turner. Burt Reynolds plays the Cary Grant character from His Girl Friday. And he comes off way more as kind of a jerky asshole guy than I thought Cary Grant does. Cary Grant had such a unique charisma and charm about him that even when he was kind of a jerky dude, you kind of loved him still. Burt Reynolds, I don't know if quite captured that. Um, yeah, interesting. So Switching Channels is an interesting movie. But I know you didn't want me to mention Weekend at Bernie's, um, but Adam, I love Weekend at Bernie's. That movie is so rewatchable to me because it's so easy to rewatch. It's so easy to watch. Like that's a movie that comes on cable a lot. Is Weekend at Bernie's. Um, let's see. Adam also says, best teacher prime of Miss Jean Brody. Uh, Adam also says also the Browning version. Yes, good call. The Browning version, both I would say both versions are really good. I really like the original version a lot more than the sequel done with, I think. Yeah, done later, but I forgot who was in the sequel. Not the sequel, the the remake. Yeah, oh, Albert Finney. Yeah, Albert Finney is in the remake. That was in 1994, and the original is Michael Redgrave. Both really, really good. Both really, really good. Of course, you have there's some other movies. Isn't Goodbye, Mr. Chips? Isn't that a teacher film as well? I think it is. Um, Adam Schofield also says Wake and Fright. It's not really horror. I call it uh Pommy in Peril film. Yeah, you know what's interesting about Wake and Fright? It's not really a horror film. It's more of a very uncomfortable situation movie where like this person is put in a very compromising, uncomfortable situation, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And there's just this underscoring feeling of uneasiness throughout it. Uneasiness throughout it. So let's see. So Lean on Me, directed by John G. Alverson, starring Morgan Freeman. Let's see what we got. Nothing in the way of special features. Just says new 4K restoration from the original camera negative. Um, that's it. So next we've got Three Comrades, which is a World War One set movie, kind of. So, World War One is over. Let the living begin. So three German soldiers open a repair shop and get on with their lives. Eric finds unexpected love with frail Patricia, who's portrayed by Margaret Sullivan, mind you. This is a great cast in this film. You've got Robert Taylor, Robert Young, Margaret Sullivan, and Franchot Tone. Really good cast. Really good cast. I think this was is this based on F. Scott Fitzgerald? Okay, let me just read this here. So falls in love with frail Patricia Margaret Sullivan. Gottfried falls in with a verboten anti-nationalist group, and then you've got Otto, portrayed by Franchot Tone, who approaches each day with worldly cynicism, and throughout all that's to come, these men know they will remain three comrades. This lyrical adaptation of Eric Maria Remarque's novel is one of F. Scott Fitzgerald's rare screenwriting credits. That's what it is. So it's F. Scott Fitzgerald, the great F. Scott Fitzgerald, who wrote The Great Gatsby and a bunch of other novels of the 1920s and 30s. It's him writing an adaptation screenplay for another novelist's work, Eric von Remarque's novel, Eric Maria Remarque's novel. Sorry, and it's a melodrama, and it's directed by Frank Borzage. Okay, that immediately should set off flags and alarm bells in your head. To me, anytime anything is directed by Frank Borzage, I'm automatically interested in it. And I did watch this movie, and it is very good. Frank Borzage is a super, I think, underrated director from this era. I'm only starting to really get into a lot of his work now, and it's really, really good stuff. And this is, I would say, a very good film. Unfortunately, how do I say this without being too spoilerish here? I don't like the ending. I think the ending almost tanks the whole movie, unfortunately, but everything else is good except for the ending. Um, yeah, it's there's a melodramatic love story throughout the film that I think is really good, and there's the movie's about friendship, and it takes place at an interesting time that doesn't get a lot of coverage, at least from a modern perspective, and that is post World War II, post World War One, pre World War II, and this is, I believe, is set in Germany of that time. So you're getting a little bit of the politics in there as well, the rise of nationalism, specifically within Europe, which of course would be something that is still going on to this day. That's still very much in the conversation. The idea of nationalism and all of that's a little bit in the film. So you're seeing some stuff from that era because it came out in 1938, literally pre World War II. Three Comrades, Frank Borzage, and I want to talk a little bit. Yeah, Frank Borzage did The Mortal Storm. He did History is Made at Night. He did the movie Seventh Heaven. He did the movie Moonrise, A Farewell to Arms. A lot of 1930s work here. Desire, which stars Marlene Dietrich, and I think this is Gary. Is that Gary Cooper? Yep, Gary Cooper and Marlene Dietrich. Desire, which has a Blu-ray release from both Kino and I think our friends over at Indicator. So there's a lot of Frank Borzage stuff to go around. Just an underrated director, in my opinion. Really underrated director. Um, so let's see what we got here for special features. Oh, nothing. New 4K restoration for the best surviving preservation elements. And then we have a movie that I've been trying to watch since 2008, and that is La Vie en Rose, starring Marion Cotillard. And this is a biopic about Edith Piaf, the great French singer. And yeah, it is literally it's a biopic. It's going from her early days through her, prime of her career and life, and unfortunately, the very sad way that her life ended. I believe she had liver disease, liver cancer, something like that, and it slowly kind of dwindled her away, as many cancers do. Uh, um, Famously, Marion Cotillard won the Oscar for her portrayal of Edith Piaf in this film. That's when I first became aware of Marion Cotillard at all. Was back in 2008. I believe watching either the Golden Globes or the Oscars of that time. That was the year No Country for Old Men won Best Picture. So I'm pretty sure that was one of the first years that I was really into the award season and all that kind of stuff. That was actually around the time where I started collecting DVDs rather seriously. So I had like all of the nominees or many of the nominees of that time. I went and bought all the DVDs and stuff like that. I still have them to this day. Kind of somewhere. I've since upgraded a lot of them to the Blu-rays or the 4Ks, but they're still kicking around. But I never bought La Vie en Rose, and I've seen this DVD in stores many, many times, and I just never bought it because I had a feeling that eventually a Blu-ray would come along. Now it's taken a very long time. It's taken 17 years for La Vie en Rose to get a Blu-ray release here in the US, here in Region A land, and that's interesting. That's just so fascinating how long this has taken because it is a critically acclaimed film. It put Marion Cotillard, on the map as an actress. After this, she would go on to be in a bunch of movies and whatnot. Of course, she worked with Christopher Nolan in um in Inception as well as The Dark Knight Rises, where she played. I won't say where she played because it's kind of a spoiler, but she's in that film. But yeah, this is about the life of Edith Piaf, the ups and downs, if you will, and it's a really really good movie. Marion Cotillard in this film is one of the greatest performances I think you'll ever see. I straight up. I think she's straight up amazing in the movie. She's on a level that few actresses really truly get to. Unfortunately, I think she's better. She's it's one of those cases where her performance outshines the whole movie. Like the movie's fine. Like it's a good biopic getting into the life of this person and their career and relationships and things like that. It's a fine movie, but her performance really is outstanding. That's the reason to watch this movie. Um, eh, yeah, it's quite astonishing. Let's see. We There's an extended version of the film which runs 140 minutes long. There's a featurette stepping into the character, and that is it. It is in French, so you're going to have to read subtitles the whole time, which hopefully is not a problem for you. I know it's a problem for many. But last but certainly not least, when it comes to the Warner Archive releases, is they are releasing their second 4K UHD release, and this is going to be High Society. High Society. This is the film that stars Bing Crosby, Grace Kelly, and Frank Sinatra. I believe this is Grace Kelly's last film. After this, she would leave acting, leave Hollywood. She would marry um, the uh, uh, the Prince of Monaco, and she would go off and become royalty. And then, of course, she would tragically pass away in a car crash later on in her life, unfortunately. Yeah, this came out in 1956. Let's see. So Bing Crosby, Grace Kelly, and Frank Sinatra romp elegantly through the scenic moneyed grounds and waters of outwardly elitist Newport, Rhode Island, in this hip, witty musical version of Philip Barry's The Philadelphia Story. So this is a musical version of The Philadelphia Story. The Philadelphia Story, of course, starring Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, and um, Jimmy Stewart, which is a great film, astonishingly great film. I love that. I love that movie a lot. But this is a musical version of it. So, legendary Louis Armstrong, as himself, plays his trumpet and narrates in prose and song the peccadilloes of his songwriter friend C.K. Dexter Haven, Bing Crosby. His beautiful perfectionist ex-wife, Samantha Lord, portrayed by Grace Kelly, like it says here, in her final film role, and her stuffy fiance George Kittredge, John Lund. Sinatra and wisecracking Celeste Holm are a scandal sheet reporter and photographer who arrive to cover the wedding and complicate the tangled romances. Armstrong and his composer buddy conspire musically and by other devious means to stop Tracy's marriage. Dexter wants her back, but takes she takes off with the magazine writer, all of which gives everybody wonderful excuses to break into incomparable songs of Cole Porter. Star-studded movie here. Um, it's a big time, like high budget MGM musical. Um, yeah, it, it's it's a classic. It's really a classic, but once again, if you don't like musicals, not for you. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people who have no interest in musicals whatsoever, whether they're old musicals, whether they're new musicals that are coming out today, they just not into them. So what we have here is a new restoration from the original VistaVision negative, which is amazing. um, which is probably going to look astonishing. Like, because this movie has only been available on DVD. That's another reason why I don't have this movie in my collection. Is I've been waiting for a Blu-ray release. The DVD's been around probably since the 2000s. So this movie's been available, but I've been waiting for it to get a Blu-ray release. And finally, High Society has not only a Blu-ray release, but a 4K release too. Let's see, there's Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film, new Dolby Atmos track, plus original 1956 theatrical mono. That's really cool. So there are audio purists out there, and they've been around forever, who prefer to watch these movies in their original audio tracks, whether it be mono, Dolby Digital, whatever the case may be. Um, and even if they have large surround sound setups, they prefer to watch them in their original versions, which I understand. I'm like that too. I like things to be in their original form to kind of get the feel of how people watch these movies when they first came out. I have a surround sound system around me back there. For those of you watching on the stream, back there is one of the speakers I have for my surround sound system. There's one there, there's one over there, there's three in front of me. There's center, left, right, subwoofer, the typical 5.1 setup, and receiver and all that kind of stuff. Um, but even in that version, I still want to get the feeling that, hey, I'm watching this movie in its original version. That's why I'm such an aspect ratio fiend. I want to see the movie as it was originally supposed to be exhibited. And sometimes you get it, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you only get the big deluxe um, audio audio versions, and sometimes you get both. And in this case, you get both, which is nice. It's nice to have options. it's nice to it's nice to have options. And we also have here a featurette Cole Porter and Hollywood, a 1956 premiere newsreel, MGM CinemaScope cartoon, Millionaire Droopy. That's kind of cool. That's a Droopy cartoon. Audio only promo spots featuring Bing Crosby with Grace Kelly and Frank Sinatra, and then of course original theatrical trailers. Let me see if I can get a better synopsis of the movie, because that one was kind of all over the place, and I don't feel like people know what the heck the movie's actually about. If you've seen, the Philadelphia Story, then you know the premise. Let's see what Letterboxd says. Much simpler. It says, with socialite Tracy Lord about to remarry, her ex-husband, with the help of a sympathetic reporter, has 48 hours to convince her that she really still loves him. Yeah, that's the movie. That's the premise of the movie. Like I said, it's shot in CinemaScope. I think it's 2:4 or 2:35:1. It's super widescreen. Um, yeah, this is gonna look incredible. I can't wait till this comes out. This is definitely something I'm gonna get right away, like pre-order type of event. I did not pre-order the Searchers 4K, and that ended up selling out fast. I don't think Warner Brothers realized how popular it was going to be, so all the stores sold out very quickly. Like even Amazon sold out fast, and you would assume that they would get a lot of supply. So yeah, so that's High Society. So that is it for Warner Archive. We've got, um, yeah, for the May releases, we've got, let's go over them quickly: Mystery Street, High Society, Rhapsody in Blue, Lean on Me, Three Comrades, and La Vie en Rose. So that is it for Warner Archive. Let's see where we're gonna go next. Um, Hold on. Yeah, I'm just pulling up my notes again. Let's go over to our friends at Radiance. Yes, let's go to Radiance. Yep, they are because they are up literally next on my tab list. So Radiance has 4 releases, and these are all coming out. When are these bad boys coming out? These look like July. Yes, these are their July releases. So they're already in July, which is a time frame I cannot even think of right now. So we've got 4 releases here. We've got Life is Cheap, but Toilet Paper is Expensive, Essential Polish Animation, The Beast to Die, and Rosa la Rose, Fille Publique. So let's start off with actually a movie we've already talked about, and this is Life is Cheap, but Toilet Paper is Expensive. This has already gotten a Region A release. This has gotten a release from one of the partner labels. Let me just quickly pull up which partner label put this out a while ago. Let's see. So maybe it's not a partner label. I thought it was. Hold on. Let's see. Let me look up something else. I thought it was a partner label that had put this out. Yeah, Life is Cheap. Oh, perhaps not. Hold on. Now let me go. Now I'm losing my mind here. Let me go over to Blu-ray.com and look and see if. Okay. Oh, it's Arbalos. Okay. So not a partner label. Our friends over at Arbalos, they put this out in December of 2023. That's when we talked about it. Okay. Sorry, I completely misremembered that. So Arbalos is a super small label that only releases a couple of things a year. And we know the person, one of the people who do Canadian International Films releases, or Canadian International Pictures releases, actually. One of them, Arbalos, is their label as well. So we've talked about this movie before. This movie came out in 1989. Let me get the synopsis of this up because I remember actually really liking this movie. So, life is cheap, but toilet paper is expensive. So, a man is hired by a group of people he believes to be gangsters to escort a briefcase from America to Hong Kong. When he arrives, however, his contact is nowhere to be found. With no further instructions, he decides to take in the sights of Hong Kong, which consist of him taking part in a great deal of blood, sex, and general weirdness, all while wearing a briefcase handcuffed to his arm. That's the premise of the movie. Sounds intriguing, and it is. And it is. I've seen the movie. It is good. Um, let's see. Let's see. Let me go back to oh yeah, so Life is Cheap. So that's the premise of the movie Life is Cheap, but toilet paper is expensive. Now let me see what they've got for special features. So new 4K restoration from the original camera, from original 35 millimeter color interpositive. Okay, a lot different than what I was saying. New video interview with director Wayne Wong. New video interview with co-writers class co-director Spencer Nasako and Wong. Original full-length chase sequence. Newly improved English subtitle translations. Limited edition booklet with new writing by Alisa Ma. And that's it. And there's a slipcover as well. No, it can't be a slipcover. Yeah, it says limited edition slipcover exclusive to radiancefilms.co.uk. Oh, I didn't know Radiance was doing slipcovers now because they typically don't. So what Radiance does, and I've got a few Radiance releases. I've got tons of them actually because there's so many of them. Um, what they typically do is they have these strips on them. For those of you listening at home on the audio, obviously not helpful, but for those of you watching, see these little strips here. These come off and come on. Obviously, they're inside of the plastic. When you get the limited editions, they come with this. When you get the standard editions, they do not come with this. That's how you can tell the difference. So there really have never been slipcovers when it comes to the Radiance releases. So the fact that they're doing a little store exclusive slipcovers now are very interesting. Um, yeah. Okay. I gotta do more info check on that. Let me put this back here. Okay, so let's move on to the next Radiance release. The next Radiance release is something I didn't even delve into because I honestly didn't know where to even look. So, Essential Polish Animation. So this is a group of, I think, 25 or 27 animated Polish animated films. So I'm just going to read what it says here on the Radiance website. It says Polish animation influenced by jazz. Yeah, Polish animation influenced by jazz, poster design, and collage took off in the late 1950s when artists found creative freedom in the wake of Stalin's death. Pioneering filmmakers like Valerian Borowitz and Jan Lenisha would change the form and usher in a golden age of filmmaking that would enable the art form to be appreciated around the world, including winning prestigious international awards at festivals such as Cannes, Annecy, Oberhausen, and an Oscar for I can't pronounce that Riebschirisky's Tango. This collection of 27 films spans the breakthrough works of the late 1950s to the close of the classic era in the 1980s, capturing some of the form's essential films. That's fascinating. This is part of cinematic history, specifically cinematic history in an area of the world uh, with a lot of political turmoil in the 20th century. Eastern Europe. What's interesting is that a release like this reminds me of something that Deaf Crocodile would do. Deaf Crocodile has put out a lot of Eastern European films, as well as animated films from that area of the world too. So this would fit in right along with their releases. So you've got 27 films. It says high definition digital transfers of 27 classic animated films on 2 discs. Obviously, these are short. These are short. Audio commentaries on select films by Polish film expert Daniel Bird. Visual essay by film historian and Eastern European cinema expert Michael Brook. Our buddy Michael Brook, who's been on here a couple of times. Our buddy Michael Brook, who works a lot with Indicator. So that's cool to see him getting a brand new special feature on this. And I think that's it, because you've got reversible sleeve featuring newly commissioned artwork by Filippo Di Battista, limited edition booklet, limited edition of 3,000 copies. Presented in full-height Scanavo packaging with removable OBI strip, leaving packaging free of certificates and markings. So the OBI strip, that's what this is. Let me just I'll grab this back here again because I have it. This little strip here that's on the side for those of you at home, this is an OBI strip. The only time I've ever seen this referred to is when we started covering Radiance when they first started. This is an OBI strip, and this comes off and comes on. And yeah, that's what an OBI strip is. They're the only company I really know that utilizes it. Let's see. So that is it for the Essential Polish Animation. Next we've got The Beast to Die. Now, The Beast to Die. This is a really good film. Dark, nihilistic, cold, unforgiving study of traumatic breaking. This is not a movie for the faint of heart. It's not a movie for everyone. It's a really deep film. So here we go. Deeply scarred by what he witnessed on battlefields across Asia, a young war photographer returns to the bustling streets of Tokyo, plotting a series of brutal murders and robberies that are mere warm-ups for an unprecedented bank heist. Searching for an accomplice, he finds the short-fused and equally disenfranchised Tetsuo, this is directed by Toru Murakawa, who directed the Game trilogy. The Game trilogy, which I believe has a a Blu-ray release from Arrow. I talked about all of those films when they came out because I got to watch all of them actually. From a Venomous script by Soichi Murayama, who wrote Yokohama BJ Blues, which is a film that Radiance has put out, and it's a film that I really like a lot. Yokohama BJ Blues. I have to get that Blu-ray release. This unsettling dark thriller was Matsuda's farewell to his 1970s action hero persona. This movie, when I say this movie's dark and kind of disturbing and really nihilistic and cold, um, this is like if Taxi Driver were even darker. This is like if you take the Travis Bickle character and make him even more unhinged and have him suffer from PTSD even more. There is this theory that's been working amongst Scorsese and Taxi Driver fans for many, many years that Travis Bickle is a veteran from Vietnam and he's dealing with PTSD from it. And that's why he is the way he is in that movie. And if that's the case, this movie is taking that idea and taking it even further, because this man is lost his mind in this movie. And the person he ends up collaborating with in this just downfall of psyche is even like worse. It is even worse. It's a fascinating look at trauma and PTSD that goes untreated, that is that people deal with at a time that people are not they're not dealing with PTSD, they're not dealing with mental health, they're not dealing with all of that stuff, and they're not treating it. And this is what happens when you don't do that. So it's fascinating how just taking a look at that time, but then you can also kind of look at today's world where what happens when those things are not treated, and we see what happens when those mental traumas don't go treated, and the negative aspects that those can have. So this movie is really, really good, really, really good in terms of being timeless in its themes and what it's going with. But like I said, it's not a film for everyone. There's not so much of a plot in the movie as you're just kind of watching these people spiral. Um, yeah, kind of like, yeah, it's similar to like Aronofsky, Requiem for a Dream, it's something like that. Where you're just watching people kind of spiral because of their own vices. Yeah, it's good. It's good if you're into that stuff, of course. Let's see what we got here for special features: 4K restoration, original uncompressed PCM mono, yet again for those um, original audio enthusiasts. Interview with Toru Morikawa. Interview with Soichi Murayama. These are brand new from 2025. Critical appreciation from novelist and screenwriter Jordan Harper from 2025. So these are all new features. Let's see, reversible sleeve, limited edition booklet, limited edition of 3,000 copies, with the OBI strip, like you said. So this is coming out in July. Um, nice. This is a Japanese film. Probably should have specified that. The Japanese film, Region A and Region B. Let me see if the other ones. I want to say, yeah, Life is Cheap. Life is cheap, but toilet paper is expensive. Is Region B locked? Because there's, like I said, Arbalos already has the Region A rights. Um, Essential Polish Animation is Region A, B, and C, so it's region free. I want to make sure that those are specified because Radiance is a UK company, and sometimes their stuffs are only Region B, sometimes it's Region A and B, sometimes it's Region A, B, and C. So I like to specify that. Next, we have another really, really good film, called Rosa la Rose Fille Publique. It's a French film. It's directed by Paul Vecchiali. And yeah, it's a really good film. Let me read this for you guys here. On the streets of Paris, Rosa la Rose is the belle of Les Halles. With no shortage of clients, she is beloved by her fellow working girls and spoiled by her pimp, Gilbert. Um, let's see. For her, this is a charmed life, but that is until her 20th birthday arrives. Across the floor, she locks eyes with Julien, a blue collar worker who sees something deeper beyond her fun loving facade, almost Shakespearean in its execution. Paul Vecchiali's underseen drama explores class, consciousness, and female sexuality with startling precision, anchored by a magnetic central performance from the then 20-year-old Marianne Bassier, about Basler, sorry, who portrays Rose LaRose. Rose LaRose Fille Publique is a true hidden gem, and I would say it is. This is another movie dealing with timeless themes, timeless themes of like it said here, class consciousness, stuff like that. But it's also dealing with obviously the world of sex workers, the world of where they how they operate and the way their world operates and how they are very much can be victims of circumstance and things like that, how they can have um they can live in a very oppressive vocation and an oppressive life, because in this case Rose has a an overseer, a pimp if you will, who doesn't want to let her go. She falls in love with this young man, and it's like love at first sight, like dynamic love. Like you when you see it, you know it. It's bombastic, it's powerful. There's a connection there you can't quite explain. It's love in its most powerful form, right? But she's in the situation where she can't leave. You know what I mean? So you're asking yourself questions, you're dealing with things of like freedom versus not freedom, freedom as a theory. Like technically he says that she can go whenever she wants, but he won't let her go. You know what I mean? Um so it's dealing with those types of questions, those types of things. And I don't have to look sugarcoat this to any of you. The world of sex work is still very prominent to today. It's taken a different form, obviously, with our modern world of communication, of the internet, of whatever. You know what I mean? So it's a timeless vocation. It's the oldest profession, as they say. So that there's going to be a timelessness to it. And this movie is really, really good. And it's a very street level type of film. Like the characters that you come across to in this movie are like blue collar workers, people who work at restaurants, your people who are just kind of like regular folk just working a job. But there's also an interesting at the start of this movie, there's an interesting sheen and shine to this film where you feel like it has a lighter air to it initially. Initially, the lighter air to it. It feels at times like a Fellini film. I don't know, like a Fellini film. I don't know how I can describe that. Like an earlier Fellini film, like a Knights of Cabiria, with a little sprinkle of his later lighter stuff, like a Marcord and stuff and whatnot. Um, it's really, really, really it's really doing a lot. Really good performances, really good film. Um, yeah, I recommend these two releases. Some of the best films they put out. In The Beast to Die and Rose La Rose Fille Publique, very good, very like astonishingly strong films here. So we got 2K restoration that was approved by the director, which is awesome. Let's see, uncompressed PCM mono audio, that original audio's in there. Interview with critic David Jenkins from 2025. Archival interview with director Paul Vicali. Archive interview with actors Marianne Bossler and Jean Sorel. Newly improved English subtitle translation. Reversible sleeve featuring different artwork. Mm, limited 3,000 copies, limited and a limited booklet, of course, as well. And this is region A, B, and C. Awesome. Awesome. French film, so you will need to read some French subtitles, coming out in July. Really good stuff from Radiance once again. Radiance is honestly one of my favorite boutique labels. Because everything they put out so far has been really good films, and these are all films most of the time that I've never heard of. Um, which is great because you discover new stuff every single time I cover them here. So we've got Life is Cheap, but Toilet Paper is Expensive, Essential Polish Animation, The Beast to Die, and Rose La Rose Fille Publique, which is like public girl, you know what I mean? Um, yeah, this is all their July stuff, really, really good. They will be coming out. They come out with new announcements every single month. I say this every time we cover them. If you go to their website, literally at the top of radiancefilms.co.uk, it says next announcement May 7th. So May 7th, you will get another announcement of some more Radiance titles. I am so far behind on getting Radiance releases. It's wild at this point. I'm still buying stuff from 2003 from their catalog. No, 2023, sorry. 2023 from their catalog. Um but yeah, it's all good stuff. A lot of their stuff is selling out. And once they sell out, they are kind of expensive. There's a couple of box sets I need to get. World Noir #1, I think is I gotta track down. The Bounty Hunter box set, where I need to track down. You can find these on eBay, but they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Um, their original release of Planet of the Vampires, that's out of print. That's sold out fast. You can get a new edition of that, but I want the original. But yeah, let me get to some comments here. We'll move on to the next slate that we've got. Um, I know Acres of Movies does have a quiz question. Who is the only Oscar winner to play an Oscar winner? Difficult one. This had it in a pub quiz last week. That's a tough question. uh, oh man. I don't know. I'm blanking. So it has to be an actor or actress who's won an Oscar. You wanna hit you know what? I know it. It's Kate Blanchett as Katharine Hepburn. I believe she won an Oscar. Hold on. Let me go look over at IMDb. I believe unless she only won the Golden Globe. Let me see. Yeah, so I'll go look at Kate Blanchett. Yeah, she's won 2 Oscars, and I believe one of them was when she played Katharine Hepburn in The Aviator. Katharine Hepburn won an Oscar. See, da, 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 da. Yeah, there it is. Best performance by an actress in a supporting role, The Aviator. She played Katharine Hepburn. Did I get it right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Adam Schofield. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, you know what's crazy? Yeah, thank you. Adam Schofield says you got it. Acres of Movie says yes. Um, yeah, and then and then Acres of Movie says Kate Blanchett, and then yeah, said yes. So yeah, so yeah. What's interesting is that I love her performance in that film. I know a lot of like old school Hollywood Katharine Hepburn diehard fans are not a big fan of her the way she kind of overdoes that role, but it's very much to a T. Um, it's very much to a T of Katharine Hepburn in a movie. Um, I love Katharine Hepburn. There was a time where I just kept watching Katharine Hepburn films over and over. I watched Bringing Up Baby like a lot. I wore out my Bringing Up Baby DVD. Um, that's how much I watched it. It started, like, freezing on me. Um, yeah, I love Katharine Hepburn. Astonishing actress. Oh my goodness. But yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Um, let's see, other questions here. Acres of Movie says she played a four-time winner, now she is a two-time winner already, yeah. Um, yeah, the Acres of Movie says that is great. So, um, yeah, that's true. Kate Blanchett does have 2 Oscars. I Yeah, Katharine Hepburn 4. I think 4 is the most. I believe she has 4. I think Elizabeth Taylor has 4 as well. Another one of my all-time favorites. I wonder if they ever do an Elizabeth Taylor biopic. I'm just very curious if that ever happens. Um, let's see. Elizabeth Taylor. Oh, she has 2 Oscars. My fault. She has 2 Oscars. Should be more, to be honest. Yeah, Elizabeth Taylor has an Oscar for um, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, and I believe the other one is Butterfield 8. Yep, Butterfield 8, which is apparently a movie she didn't like, from her career. And it's a movie that's only available on DVD. There's no Blu-ray of Butterfield 8. Um, I think about that movie sometimes. It just kinda randomly pops into my head. That's what it is, you're right. Acres of Movie says Taylor has many noms, but just 1 win. That's true. Hepburn has the most. Yeah, so 4, yeah, 4 is the most. Um, there are a bunch with 3. Not a bunch, there's a couple with 3. That's me. Um, I wanna say, um, in terms of modern actresses, Frances McDormand, I think, has 3. No, Frances McDormand is tied with 4. Yeah, Frances McDormand is tied with 4, which is a very I don't think a lot of people know how, critically acclaimed Frances McDormand is. I know, obviously, we all know Meryl Streep has been nominated so many times. I think she's still stuck at 3. I don't think she's won since The Iron Lady. Let's see. Yep, 3 Oscars, but she's been nominated, what, over 20 times? It's a little Oscar stuff. I used to have this stuff, like, known pretty well, but just, like, right now I'm locked into, like, movie release mode, so I can't really think of it. Let's see, some other comments here. Um, what are your favorite James Woods, performances? Coincidentally, Acres of Movies, I'm gonna be talking about James Woods. You know what? I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna do it now. So we're done with Radiance. I'm gonna go over to Imprint. I'll talk about James Woods right now because one of these films, um, has, James Woods in it, and it's a really good role from him, actually, coincidentally. Let's see. Rhode Island's own James Woods. Yeah, James Woods is from Rhode Island, famously. Famously to the point where he is in Family Guy, and they had the high school named after him in Family Guy. So let me go into let me get rid of this and go to Imprint. So Imprint announced their, I believe, June releases. Yeah, these are their June releases. Um, and they announced quite a few, quite an eclectic group, stuff that all good films. I would say all good films, at least from what I've seen. So we've got The Onion Field, J.W. Coop. So The Onion Fields from 1979, J.W. Coop from 1971, Leadbelly from 1976. We got The Wind and the Lion from 1975, underrated film, in my opinion. The Man Who Would Be King, another underrated film. We've got New York, New York, Martin Scorsese, from 1977, and we've got Raging Bull from 1980, which is getting a 4K UHD release. So some of these here are things that many of you probably already have in your collection. I know I have most of these already. Some of them I do not. And we will, you know what? Since Acres of Movies asked about James Woods, we go back to that comment. What are your favorite James Woods films? Or James Woods performances? This movie here, The Onion Field, is 1979. A young James Woods is in this movie, and I believe he was nominated for some type of award for it. Um, let's see, James Woods. I want to see. So yeah, so in his career, he was nominated for 2 Oscars. You gotta love when ads pop up as you go to click on something. Not at home. Okay, so he was not nominated for this, but maybe Golden Globe. Let's see. So James Woods is very much known for playing these slimy bad guy characters. Like he's kind of a slimy dude in most movies that he was in. Um, And in this movie, he plays somebody very much in that. So no, yeah, The Onion Field. He was nominated for a Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Motion Picture Drama. That's what it was. Okay, so I was kind of right on the same way. So, this movie, let me get the premise up so people can know what the heck I'm talking about. It's called The Onion Field. 1979, Los Angeles, 1963. True story. Ian and Carl are 2 police officers One night on patrol, they are kidnapped by two petty thieves. One is portrayed by James Woods, who drive them deep into the country to leave them in an onion field. But Ian is shot and Carl escapes. The thieves are eventually arrested, tried, and sentenced to death. A successful appeal grants them a retrial, and for 7 years, Carl is called repeatedly to the witness box. He becomes haunted by nightmares of events that surrounded the onion field. So this is based on a true story. This actually happened. And then someone wrote a nonfiction book, um, and then the nonfiction book was turned into a movie. That's how we get the onion field. And the movie stars John Savage, James Woods, and Franklin Seals, as well as Ted Danson. Ted Danson plays the cop Ian, who is shot. And yeah, and James Woods plays one of these two, thieves, if you will, murderers, if you really think about it. Um, and James Woods is he's like a con man in this film, and a con man, thief, and then murderer, and he's so like slimy, and the way he talks and delivers his dialogue is so convincingly natural. And he's lying, but the way he says his lies with such conviction, people believe him. You know what I mean? And then there are moments where he will get really like disturbingly angry, and you can just see how like genuine it comes off as. So he's really good in this movie. As for other James Woods roles, um, growing up as a kid, he did the voice of Hades in Disney's Hercules. Back in the day, I watched that repeatedly in my elementary school years. I actually have I think I have the Blu-ray of that. It's only been released on Blu-ray. That's a nice like 90s Disney classic. But outside of that, his live action stuff, of course, he was in um Casino. He's in Martin Scorsese's Casino as a Sharon Stone's ex-boyfriend, slime, scummy, drug pusher guy. Really good in that. He's in that movie Vampires, which he's also really good in. Let me get some other James Woods roles. Um, let's see. Let me look on Letterboxd. Letterboxd kind of gives you the cream of the crop first of all, so it's easier to navigate that way. Let's see. Where are you? The Onion Field. There you are. It's easier if I just go to the Onion Field, click on James Woods, and then it'll give me his stuff. Yeah, of course, like I said, Casino. He's in Videodrome. Okay, so Videodrome is my favorite performance from him. David Cronenberg's Videodrome, that's one of those movies that you watch for the first time and it blows your mind. I watched that movie on DVD. Um, in my early days of getting into like Cronenberg and avant-garde art house, weird surreal cinema, David Lynch, another one of my all-time favorites. I watched that along at the same time I watched Blue Velvet, Mulholland Drive, Lost Highway, Eraserhead from David Lynch, and then I would watch like Cronenberg. I would watch Videodrome and just have my mind melted. You know what I mean? Like those are the types of stuff you all watch together at the same time. But Videodrome is probably my favorite James Woods performance. That movie is incredible to this day. Um, yeah, I love Videodrome. I have that's been released a couple of times. I have the Criterion Blu-ray of it. I had the Criterion DVD, which is shaped like a VHS or shaped like a Betamax, actually, a Betamax. A format of home media that not a lot of people talk about is the Betamax. Betamax, coincidentally, was a better quality version of VHS, but VHS was just cheaper, so therefore it won the Betamax versus VHS wars. You know what I mean? All these formats all end up going to war against each other, and sometimes the better format doesn't win. But in the case of HD DVD versus Blu-ray, the Blu-ray is a better format. I don't know if anybody remembers the format wars of the 2000s, when it was HD DVD versus Blu-ray, and we were trying to find out who was going to be the definitive high definition home movie format or home video format. And there were different companies on different sides battling it out, and Blu-ray ended up winning. Yeah, if you didn't figure that out, you can still find HD DVDs. You can still find HD DVD players at, like, thrift stores and online and places like that. Um, yeah, but that's interesting. So, James Woods has actually been in a lot of stuff, but yeah, Videodrome for me, definitely my favorite of his. Is he the father in Virgin Suicides? That's another one of my favorite just films in general, is the Virgin Suicides, Sofia Coppola's first film. Exquisite film, an exquisite film. That's gotten a Blu-ray and 4K release from Criterion, I think. Um, yeah, so he's been in a lot of stuff. He's a Rhode Island celebrity, so people always people sometimes run into him around here. Um, like, I've known people who run into him, like, at, you know, cafes and things like that. Um, he lives, I think, more in the not the southern part of the state, more of the middle part of the state. I think that's where he's from. It's a small state anyways. So let's see what else we got here for some comments before they get too numerous. Let's see. Oh, Acres of Movies did say something when we were talking about Frances McDormand. Frances McDormand has 3 for acting and 1 for producing, Oscar-wise. Acres of Movies also said, "I like him in Cop and this and many more." I think it's referring to James Woods. Yes, Wind of the Lion is underrated. I agree. Yeah, I'm gonna probably talk about that movie next. Wind in the Lion is directed by John Milius, and it's super underrated. Let's see. Have you seen Black Marble by the same author of The Onion Field? I have not. Siskel and Ebert did a behind the scenes episode on how they make their show for the review of that movie. No, I've never seen that. Acres of Movies also says also I like him in in Salvador and Casino, The Specialist, and The Hard Way and Straight Talk. He does great in many. Let's see. And Adam Schofield says Salvador was my introduction to Wood's good film. Cool. So let me talk about the special features of The Onion Field. We've got 1080p presentation, audio commentary by director Harold Becker, Ring of Truth, The Making of The Onion Field, featurette from 2002. I'm assuming that's from the DVD. And then that is it. 1,500 copies. Yeah, it's still stuck at 1,500 copies. Randomly, um, Christopher Lloyd's in the movie. He's in the movie as one of the, like, prisoners when you get to the point where these guys are in prison. A young Christopher Lloyd. This would have been after he was in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, obviously way before Back to the Future. This would have been around the era when Christopher Lloyd was in Taxi, or maybe even before Taxi. So it would have been somewhere in that area. But let's talk about The Wind and the Lion. So, The Wind and the Lion from 1975, directed by John Milius. And John Milius, I think, is kind of an underrated director, in my opinion. Not a subtle director. John Milius is not what you would call a subtle director when it comes to the themes and the politics in his film. In his films, they're right there on the surface. You can't miss them. You can't miss them, and that's kind of the way he was it is in real life. I think John Milius just celebrated his birthday the other day. There is a great documentary called Milius. It's not on DVD. It's not on Blu-ray. I don't even know if it's available to stream right now. Called Milius, and it's about the life and career of John Milius. It came out several years ago, and I always thought it was a really great documentary. Whatever you think of John Milius when it comes to his politics or personal ideologies or whatever the case may be, he's still a fascinating individual, and his movies are fascinating. At least I find them to be. And this one is no exception. It's called The Wind and the Lion. Let's see. What do we got here? Sean Connery and Candice Bergen star in the epic adventure based on the real-life story of the 1904 kidnapping of Ian Handful, Perdicaris and Cromwell Varley. Morocco, 1904. A corrupt sultan has granted German troops control over the land, and Rasuli, the last of the Barbary pirates, leads the fight against the occupation in a plot to force the American president to remove the sultan from his throne. Rasuli kidnaps an American widow and her two children. Written and directed by John Milius, who did, Conan the Barbarian, and featuring an Oscar-nominated score by Jerry Goldsmith. This gripping film also stars Brian Keith as President Theodore Roosevelt and John Huston as Secretary of State John Hay. Um, yeah, this is such an underrated movie, and I've had this on Blu-ray actually for years. Um, Let me see. I think Warner Archive actually put this out. The Wind and the Lion. See, yeah, there it is. The Wind of the Lion Warner Archive edition. This came out in 2014. This was an early Warner Archive Blu-ray. This was around the time when Warner Archive was starting to put out Blu-rays, and then they kind of just took off with a lot of Warner Brothers catalog titles. And I've had this in my collection pretty much since around that time. and it's an underrated movie. Let's see. And that edition had, what did it have for special features? It had a commentary with John Milius and a behind the scenes feature, and that was it. And this edition here from Imprint has the audio commentary by John Milius and behind the scenes featurette, and it says more features possibly to be announced. So we may get more features with it. If we don't, then basically you're getting the same exact edition as the Warner Archive edition. Because I don't think it's from a new transfer, because it doesn't specify here if it's a new transfer. But The Wind and the Lion, yeah, this is, John Milius kind of thought he was, Teddy Roosevelt. He was interesting. He was kind of Teddy Roosevelt, but with different political ideologies. It made no sense. He had the Teddy Roosevelt mindset, but with the ideologies of like Ronald Reagan. So let me see. Let me look up The Wind and the Lion on Letterboxd. Let's see. Yeah, it says, no, this is even more obscure. At the beginning of the 20th century, an American woman is abducted in Morocco by Berbers, and their attempts to free her range from diplomatic pressure to military intervention. And you've got, Sean Connery as the person who captures these people. Yeah, it's a super underrated movie. Let me see. When did I watch it? 2015. Yep. So it's been about 10 years since I've seen The Wind and the Lion. Let's see. Oh yeah, Adam. Let's see. So Adam says, seen the Milius documentary. He had health issues. Yes. So, what happened with John Milius, unfortunately, is that he had a stroke many years ago, and obviously, stroke being an incredibly debilitating health issue. He wasn't able to kind of, resume his career after that and whatnot. As for his current status of health, I'm not quite sure. Like I said, that documentary is very old, and you see him in that documentary kind of post, health crisis, and obviously, you're not the same afterward. Let's see. Yeah, the Milius documentary came out in 2013. So it's been about 12 years since that documentary. And yeah, it's available, I think, to stream on Pluto TV, maybe. But yeah, it's a really good documentary. Yeah, and it shows you kind of like where his career went and stuff like that. It was interesting to me is that the movie Conan the Barbarian is such an 80s iconic film, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is still to this day, an icon in action cinema, and people who don't even know movies know who Arnold Schwarzenegger is. You know what I mean? He's such an icon. And one of his biggest movies ever is Conan the Barbarian. and John Milius directed that, and then he was not brought back to direct the sequel, Conan the Destroyer. And it's kind of baffling to me that that's just kind of the way Hollywood is, you know, and you can tell the difference between Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer. There's just a difference. There's something missing there. A difference. There's something missing. You're not getting quite that John Milius feel, quite that John Milius edge to it, and it's really unfortunate because I would have loved to have seen what John Milius would have done with a Conan sequel, how different it would have been and whatnot. I would love to have seen a lot of other John Milius ideas that he had that never really came to fruition. There's always those kind of what ifs in Hollywood and what ifs in terms of like, directors having these grand ideas and then either they couldn't get the financial backing, they couldn't get a studio to, back it or support it or stuff like that. And there's a lot of like kind of John Milius types of projects that never really got off the ground. But he had a very kind of an underrated filmography. His movie Dillinger about John Dillinger is an underrated film that has an Arrow Blu-ray release. Check out that movie if you haven't seen it either. And then check out The Wind and the Lion. So that's The Wind and the Lion. Let's see what else we've got here. I want to check out some comments here. So Acres of Movies asked the features for Onion Field commentary Becker. He likes doing commentaries. 2002 making of. Oh yeah, no problem. If yeah, Acres Movie says I write them down here to remember what you say. Thanks. Oh, no problem. If you ever need to, check up on them, go to the Imprint website, and they got them listed out there. You can always, if you need to refer back to that, that's where I'm getting them from. So let's see. Yeah, as Acres of Movies asks, does Raging Bull have many releases already? Raging Bull has so many releases. um, Acres of Movies says excited for Drop Zone. Do you like that one? Coincidentally, I watched it for the first time for this episode, and it's fine. Like it's an interesting kind of Wesley Snipes 90s action movie that features a lot of skydiving. I didn't realize how popular skydiving was back in the day. Like the whole movie is really emphasizing skydiving. Like the people who are doing, the bad guys are skydiving, the good guys are skydiving. Wesley Snipes' character has to like learn how to skydive. A lot of skydiving in that movie. um, let's see. Let me go. So speaking of Acres of Movies says, does Raging Bull have many releases already? Yes, they do. And this is one of off the top of my head, just from my own personal collection, I've had Raging Bull on DVD, on Blu-ray, and on 4K from Criterion, and now it's getting another 4K release. So yeah, Raging Bull has gotten so many releases, and I understand why. I understand why. Um, It's because, it's one of Martin Scorsese's most well-known films. It's one of the best films of the last 50 years. It's considered maybe the best movie of the 1980s. It's starring Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci. The cinematography and editing of that movie is taught in film schools. It's quite honestly one of the best movies of the last century. You know what I'm saying? It checks all the marks. It really does. You could say it's one of the best sports movies ever if you want to get that minute with it. One of the best dramas ever. One of the best performances ever. I understand why it's so beloved. Let me go over to this Imprint release of it. So Raging Bull. This is an expensive release. So obviously, I don't need to explain too much about what the movie is. It is a biopic, not quasi, but it's a biopic about the boxer Jake LaMotta from about a century ago, um, who was known as the Bronx Bull. I'll just read this here. Jake LaMotta was the middleweight boxing champion known as the Bronx Bull and the Raging Bull during his brief reign. LaMotta had early lessons in life to steal to fight. He channeled his tough childhood into the ring, where his aggression became a way of combating deep-seated anxieties and emotional fears. This determination and rage turned him from a young hoodlum into a champion. But his drive for the title, his brutality outside of the ring, and his almost psychotic sexual jealousy will destroy his marriage, his deepest friendships, and the career he fought to build. So the movie really delves into the psyche behind Jake LaMotta outside of the ring and how it affected his performance in the ring and vice versa. Um, Specifically with the Joe Pesci character, and yeah, it's a movie that I've seen so many times. It's a movie that's screened at like repertory theaters all the time, and this release here is getting 4K UHD with Dolby Vision. It looks like a 3-disc edition. It's a 3-disc edition. First disc here, you obviously it's the 4K UHD release, audio commentary with by director Martin Scorsese and editor Thelma Shoemaker. Audio commentary by director of photography Michael Chapman, producers Erwin Winkler and Robert Chartoff, music producer Robbie Robertson, actors John Turturro and Teresa Saldana, casting director Sis Corman, and supervising sound effects editor Frank Warner. Um, all kinds, and you got another commentary here. So a third commentary by writers Martin Martin and Paul Schrader, boxer author Jake LaMotta, and LaMotta's nephew Jason Lustig. And that's only the first disc. So 3 commentaries on the first disc, and then the second disc is a Blu-ray edition of the movie. Audio commentary, it's same audio commentaries, same 3 audio commentaries I just said, and then the third disc is a Blu-ray disc of only special features for Raging Bull. You have Raging Bull Fight Night, a 4-part documentary, Raging Bull, an introduction to Raging Bull, featurette, De Niro vs. LaMotta, shot-for-shot featurette, LaMotta defends title, new reels from 1940, newsreel footage from 1950, Marty and Bobby featurette from 2010, Raging Bull Reflections on a Classic featurette, Remembering Jake featurette 2010, Marty on a Film featurette 2010, Jake's Jokes featurette. So yeah, quite a deluxe edition, plus an 80-page hardcover booklet as well. Um, yeah, so it's quite it's one of their deluxe editions. Just for the sake of my sanity here, let me go over to Criterion's website just to do a quick comparison. I'm not quite sure what we're going to find here. Let's see. So you do get the 3 audio commentaries that are the same on here. I think you get I think you get all the same special features. Plus a little more. So the Criterion does give you a little bit more. There's a new video essay by film critics Jeffrey O'Brien and Sheila O'Malley. That's not on the Imprint release. There's an interview with Jake LaMotta from 1990. I don't think that was on the Imprint release. So you get a little bit more, plus all the audio commentaries, plus you get all these featurettes, I believe, as well. So yeah, I think if you already have the Criterion, maybe this is not something you need to delve into. Heck, if you want to buy both, have both. I'm not going to stop you. But I'm just saying they do looks like they do compare with they do match up well with one another. Let's see. Yeah, and the Criterion does have the HDR high dynamic range too. Doesn't have hold on. Let me go back to Raging Bull. Okay, so the one thing that the Criterion doesn't have is it does not have Dolby Vision. So Dolby Vision is kind of a different form of HDR. Yeah, because it just says HDR, doesn't say Dolby Vision. So actually, let me go over to because there's different versions of HDR. Hold on, I'm getting in the minutia here. I'm getting in the weeds here. Um, Yeah, so the Criterion only has HDR10, and the release from Imprint has Dolby Vision. The difference between HDR10 and Dolby Vision is kind of a higher level of HDR. So you have HDR, which is high dynamic range, and then there's different levels to it. There's different versions of it, essentially. You have HDR10, you have HDR10 plus, and you have Dolby Vision. Dolby Vision, I believe, is considered the highest of the HDR. Um, Granted, some people don't give a damn about any of this. Some people don't care about HDR. Some people don't even use it. You can turn it off on your player, on your 4K players if you want to, and just watch the movie in 4K without high dynamic range. What high dynamic range does is um it kind of ups the colors and the contrast and all this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It makes it look more like higher level essentially. If I could break that down. Sorry, I get caught in the technical weeds of all this all of the time, and that's why these episodes are 4 hours long. That's why, because I get distracted. So let's move on from Raging Bull. Let's move over to the other Scorsese film, and this is New York, New York, a Scorsese movie that gets lost. Talk about getting lost in the weeds. I feel like New York, New York gets forgotten about a lot. Um, and I can kind of understand why. It is unfortunately sandwiched in between other films in Martin Scorsese's oeuvre. Let me make sure I say this correctly because I want to say it's sandwiched in between um, Taxi Driver and Raging Bull, but there may be something else in there that I'm missing. So let me go check. Let's see. Yeah, director. IMDb. So let me go back to the 70s. Yes. So we've got yeah, so it's sandwiched in between I was wrong. So it's sandwiched in between Taxi Driver and The Last Waltz, which is The Last Waltz is considered one of the greatest like music, you know, documentaries of all time. So you're sandwiched in between Taxi Driver, which is iconic, Robert De Niro, Martin Scorsese, the Bernard Herrmann score, the character of Travis Bickle, all of that, and then you've got The Last Waltz, which is a music, a music documentary about the band, which is considered one of the greatest musical documentaries of all time. And then right after Last Waltz, um, you've got Raging Bull. So in there is New York, New York, which is this homage to the Broadway MGM musicals of yesteryear. I believe Martin Scorsese kind of wanted to make a movie about what his parents' generation was watching. And, you know, he wanted to do that, but he also wanted to kind of mesh it with kind of romance of the modern times of the late 70s. At least that's the feeling I get. So, what you've got here is a movie starring Robert De Niro and Liza Minnelli, directed by Martin Scorsese. And let's see what the write up here says. So, Liza Minnelli and Robert De Niro star in Martin Scorsese's musical classic New York, New York. You can hear Candor and Ebb's little song already. Produced just 1 year after Taxi Driver, Martin Scorsese aimed to present a more vibrant look inside the Big Apple, a glittering homage to classic Hollywood with darkness lingering just below the surface. Like I said, kind of the glitz and glamour of the classic Hollywood era, Golden Age Hollywood, with a kind of underlying, 70s, not dread, but drama, if you will, relationship wise. Let's see, just below the surface, packed with extravagant musical numbers and intimate drama, the film is a powerful dive into obsession and love, a must see chapter of Scorsese's remarkable legacy. Jimmy is a talented saxophonist who prowls post World War II nightclub floors, sizing up amorous prospects. When he meets Francine Evans, sparks fly, but can their relationship survive Francine's professional success? What we've got also here is Martin Scorsese doing, uh, at times, his version of A Star is Born. That's also in here as well. There's a lot of things going on in this movie, almost too much. That's one of the biggest problems of the movie. There is so much going on in this movie that Scorsese himself realized, looking back on it, that he wasn't in the right frame of mind and he wasn't in the right part of his life to be able to pull it all off. During the late 70s, Martin Scorsese had a really, really bad drug addiction, um, to the point where I believe he ended up like being having to be hospitalized because of health issues from it. Like I think he had a heart attack, and he had to really kind of change his life and change his habits because he was living life way too harsh, and it caught up with him. And he was a relatively younger guy at the time. I know we all kind of look at Scorsese now in his older form, but he was a younger dude at the time and he was living life a little too hard. And that's the 70s life will do that to you. And um he's really, really good. And at the time, giving into all of those, personal demons, he's trying to direct this gigantic, larger than life film, and he himself said he just kind of wasn't really able to pull it off the way he wanted to because of all those extenuating circumstances. But what we do get is a fascinating movie with a meld of all these different elements, elements of A Star Is Born, elements of classic Broadway musicals of back in the golden age of Hollywood. And then at the core of the movie is this really toxic relationship between the Robert De Niro character and Liza Minnelli. They could not be kind of two more opposite type of people in it. Um, Robert De Niro in this movie is one of this kind of a scumbagiest type of characters I think I've ever seen him play. He's such an asshole, such a jerk. He's filled with insecurities and toxic masculinity, if I can use a modern day phrase. And he like kind of pushes all of that onto his relationship with Liza Minnelli's character, who's kind of the opposite. She is, you know, kind of taking all of this and kind of, taking being his punching bag, if you will. There's a moment of this movie where Liza Minnelli's character is going through a really traumatic health scare situation. And the Robert De Niro character shockingly makes it all about him and what he's going through in that moment. And like he's the one that's afflicted, that is getting the worst of it all. While meanwhile, the Liza Minnelli character is going through something very seriously. But he's so egotistical and so prone to gaslighting her that he's trying to make it all about himself. And I'm like, oh my goodness, what a scumbag of a guy. And that's the way he is throughout the whole movie. And also there are great pageantry moments of scenes and the songs in this movie are incredible. The soundtrack for this movie is great. Liza Minnelli just transcends her mother in this, her mother being Judy Garland, and she's just a dynamic force when it comes to the singing. Just extraordinary. It really is. I've personally never owned this movie in my collection because I was waiting to see if we were going to get some type of other Blu-ray release. So this has been released on Blu-ray before by MGM, So New York, New York. I remember when this came out. So this came out on Blu-ray in June of 2011 here in Region A US land. And I remember seeing this on the shelves at Barnes and Noble when I would go for the Criterion sale. And I would see this there because it had just come out. Because this was 2011, 2012 was the time I started collecting Criterions at the sale. And so I saw this there all the time in their musical section. Barnes and Noble used to be so good when it came to physical media. They would have different sections. They would have a musical section. They would have a drama section. They would have a horror section. They would have Criterions all off by themselves. They would have art house movies all off in a section by themselves. Foreign films all off in a section by themselves. And I would make my way to the musical section, and they would have New York, New York on Blu-ray. They would have, other great musicals of classic Hollywood there as well. But this original 2011 Blu-ray release has some special features. It's got commentary by Scorsese. It's got an intro by Scorsese. It's got it looks like a two-part documentary about the making of the movie. Yes, or yeah, yeah, about the making of the movie. It's got a select scene commentary by Laszlo Kovacs, who is the cinematographer. And it's got Liza on New York, New York, which is an interview with Liza Minnelli. So that's all on the original 2011 Blu-ray. So for this release here, this is a 2-disc release from Imprint. We've got a lot of new stuff here. So disc 1 is the director's cut. Director's cut's on disc 1, theatrical cut is on disc 2. This is a Blu-ray release. We've got a new audio commentary by filmmaker, film historian Daniel Kramer. We've got the other commentary just by Scorsese and film critic Carrie Rickey, which is on the original release. We've got a new interview with actor Barry Primus. We got a new video essay on the showstopper sequences by Daniel Kramer. Select scene audio commentary by Laszlo Kovacs, which was on the other one. Intro by Scorsese. The 2-part documentary is on here as well as the Liza Minnelli interview. So you're getting all of the special features from that old Blu-ray release by MGM. And then there's the European theatrical cut, which you got an archival interview with Martin Scorsese from 1977, alternate and deleted scenes, alternate ending, and then photo galleries, storyboards, Super 8 version. That's kind of cool. Um, and it comes with a hardcover booklet as well. So interesting. So you're getting. It says nothing in the way if it's a new restoration or new remaster. We have no idea. It could be the same old one. I guess we'll have to wait until it comes out to see. But you do get more special features than you do with the original MGM Blu-ray release from 2011. So that is New York, New York, the Martin Scorsese film. Um, 2 more films here. There's 2 more films I want to talk about here. Then we'll move on. Just because I didn't get to see J.W. Coop, so I figured I won't have to talk about it. Just because I have nothing to say about it. The Man Who Would Be King. Quickly, The Man Who Would Be King is the John Huston film from 1975, starring Michael Caine and Sean Connery and Christopher Plummer. So, 2 British soldiers set out to build an empire of their own when they venture into remote Kafiristan to search for fame and fortune and a treasure. Based on the 1888 novella by Rudyard Kipling, a favorite book of John Huston, Roger Ebert called the film a swashbuckling adventure, pure and simple, and in the hands of a master. Very true. For special features, we've got Call It Magic, The Making of the Man Who Would Be King. And this has more special features to be announced. This is a really good film. This is a film, like I said, it stars three actors, that we all know. 3 actors that we all know rather well. And they're kind of at odds in this movie. When you got 3 actors like this and 3 characters in this film that are very egotistical, things tend to kind of conflict. So, a robust adventure about 2 British adventurers who take over primitive Kafiristan as godlike rulers, meeting a tragic and end through their desire for a native girl, based on a short story by Rudyard Kipling. Um, yeah, it's really good. There's already a Warner Brothers Blu-ray of this. I know because I have it. It's actually in a digibook form. So I have it in my John Huston section over there. And let's see. Where are you? Of course, if you type in The Man Who on Blu-ray.com, you get tons of movies. Tons of movies. And this has also, I think, been re-released by Warner Archive too, in just a standard, regular disc, like 1-disc form, like non-digibook form. They've done that with a lot of their old digibooks. The digibooks of Meet Me in St. Louis, the Cabaret, those A Star Is Born have all been released through Warner Archive as just the disc, basically, just the disc in a regular old case. And I think they did that with The Man Who Would Be King. I think they did that with Papillon as well, the movie from the 70s, with which is a very good film. So the John Huston film, if you're a big fan of John Huston, I think you've got to see this movie. Call It Magic, The Making of the Man Who Would Be King is the only special feature on that original Blu-ray release as well. So there you go. There you go. Yeah. I'm curious about that. So there's some comments here. Um, Gee, who knows? So there's some comments here. I think I left this up. Yeah, I did leave this up. Hold on. Let's see. If De Niro said no to Raging Bull main role, who would you have cast? Holy heck. That role is so synonymous and so iconic with Paul. Yeah, I couldn't imagine Paul Newman would have been too old at that point. Granted, the Jake LaMotta character does change in age because of makeup effects, and Robert De Niro notoriously gained so much weight for that role. Um, I'm trying to think of who's a contemporary of Robert De Niro that would do it. Pacino couldn't have done it because he's physically. I don't think he would have looked right for the role. Um, I don't know if Harvey Keitel would have done it, or if he would have been right for the role. I'm trying to think of other Scorsese staples for that time. I don't know. That's a good question. I have to come back to that. I have to think about it a lot. A lot. Um, yeah, M. Schofield says I find HDR a bit fiddly. Understandable. It is a relatively new tech that they're still like kind of developing. Not developing, but they're tweaking it here and there. Also, when it comes to HDR, a lot of like cinematographers and directors have to go back and make sure that the HDR isn't messing with their original intention of how the movies are supposed to look. Because when you change the colors, you're changing the aesthetic of the movie. You know what I mean? When you're changing contrast levels, you're changing the movie, or you're changing the aesthetics of the movie. And sometimes directors, they made things look a certain way for a specific reason. So you gotta be wary of those things. So thank you for discussing these things in detail. You're welcome. I mean, it takes a while, and I kind of gloss over things here and there, but all this information is out there. So if I ever skip over something or certain details, um, these details are already out there. Um, so let's see. Oh, Adam Schofield says Kane, Connery, and Roger Moore were all mates. They were indeed. Um, let's see. Oh, nice. Adam Schofield says one of them had a restaurant and they had good times there. Which one had a restaurant? And does that restaurant still exist today in some form? That's a good question. Obviously, Roger Moore and Sean Connery have this, since passed. Michael Caine is still around and still acting. Um, so I'm curious. Um, but I don't know if you've ever seen old interviews with Michael Caine. They're very entertaining. They're very, very good. Coincidentally, The Man Who Would Be King, how I discovered this movie is I somehow stumbled across an old interview that Michael Caine was doing, and he was talking about working with John Huston, talking about The Man Who Would Be King, and that's how I discovered that the movie existed. And then I went back and tracked it down and watched it and bought the Blu-ray and all that kind of stuff. Let's see what we're doing here. So we just talked about The Man Who Would Be King. Um, let's see one more movie, and then we'll move on from Imprint, just because we're getting stuck in the mud here a little long time. And I did get to watch this movie last night. I think it was the last movie I watched for this week's preparation. This is the movie called Leadbelly, a movie I had never heard of before. 1976, directed by Gordon Parks. Now that may sound familiar to some of you because Gordon Parks directed the movie Shaft, and I believe directed its sequel too. Let me get it up on my letterbox here. So the life of blues and folk singer Hoodie Ledbetter, nicknamed Leadbelly, is recounted, covering the good times and bad from his 20s to 40s. Much of that time was spent on chain gangs in the South. Even in prison, he became well known for the songs he had composed and sung during and before the time he spent there. So this is a musical. This is a biopic. It's a biopic about the folk singer Hoodie Ledbetter, nicknamed Leadbelly, as it just said, and you get his the tumultuous times of his life, specifically his early life, but quite honestly, most of his life. he was spent in and out of prison for various, crimes. And the crimes were things that happen kind of in the moment. For example, someone would attack him and he would, you know, defend himself, and the person that attacked him, he kills, and he ends up in prison. You know what I mean? Things like that, which granted, that's a crime. It's a crime. But it's kind of things like that. And then of course he would try to escape from prison, have to go back to prison. He would find himself in those types of situations, like I just mentioned. But during the times he wasn't in prison, he traveled around the South and like the Louisiana, Texas area, made his way up to like Chicago and other places like that, and he would perform playing the guitar. And he was really, really talented, like incredible musician, very gifted in various ways. If you just go and just Google him, you'll find out that he was a musical prodigy. You know what I mean? He played a lot of instruments, but typically was his thing was the 12-string guitar, and he became, well known, famous, like just by people hearing about him, word of mouth, stuff like that, and for people seeing him perform in various places and whatnot. But of course, he grew up in the early 20th century in the segregated South. That plays into a lot of the things that go on in this movie. So you just see this movie play out as the ups and downs of his life. Um, the music in this movie is incredible. I believe a lot of the songs are used are all Hoodie Ledbetter songs and whatnot. And I thought this movie was really good. For some reason, I was expecting kind of a 1970s black exploitation film, and it really isn't that. It really isn't that at all. Um, it's not even in the same vein as Shaft. I would say it's way more sincere than that. It's way more serious than that. It's also kind of about the persevering through troubled times and persevering through, odds against you, things that odds that you put on yourself, odds that have been placed on you because of society, things like that. I thought it was a really good film. I was really pleasantly surprised while watching it how good it actually is. Um, Roger E. Mosley is who plays Hoodie Ledbetter. I thought he was very good. He was also in the movie Unlawful Entry, as well as Terminal Island. Holy heck. Terminal Island is a movie I haven't talked about in many years. That was a 4K UHD release from Vinegar Syndrome in the early days that I was covering Vinegar Syndrome here on Chasing Labels. He was also in some other films, like he was in The Mac from 1973, which is that's a black exploitation film. Uh, but I thought he was really good in this movie. He's also in the movie Hitman. He plays Baby Huey in Hitman. And he's in obviously Lead Belly. I'm just looking at some other stuff that he was in here on Letterboxd. But this movie is directed by Gordon Parks. Like I said, he directed Shaft, as well as Shaft's Big Score, which is the second Shaft movie. I don't think he didn't direct the third one, the third Shaft movie, which I think is Shaft Goes to Africa, right? Isn't that the third one? But he also directed the movie The Learning Tree, the movie that got a Criterion Blu-ray release, the movie from 1969, which is a really, really good film. Like that's a really, really good movie. Um, I would recommend that people checking that movie out too. But yeah, this is the movie Lead Belly. Let's see what we got for special features. Um, let's see. Let's see. Never before released on disc makes its physical media debut in this limited edition. The movie is one of the best biographies of a musician I've ever seen, and one of the most direct. That's a quote from Roger Ebert. Oh wow, nothing has been announced in the way of special features. I'm hoping they announce something. This movie deserves some special features. It's that good. It's that good, and there are elements in the movie that you've seen in other musical biopics. So it's not anything like brand new. But I felt the movie to be very sincere in what it was doing and very genuine, and not just doing that like because they had to fill like some type of checklist sheet of what you do in biopics. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is the moment this happened. This is the moment that happened, and you got to have the rise and the fall. No, this is a very kind of consistent, just events happening in this person's life. There's no manipulation of events to to have this kind of cadence of rising and falling in one's career. Um, yeah, let's see. Acres of Movies says he did well in Unlawful Entry. I'd like a new release for that. Why did that sound so familiar? Let's see. Bum. Unlawful. So Unlawful Entry got a. Oh, so Unlawful Entry did get a new release. The- Oh, it's a Shout Factory store exclusive. That's why. Okay. Yeah, we talked about that here. Yeah, that's the movie directed by Jonathan Kaplan, starring Kurt Russell, Ray Liotta, Madeline Stowe, Roger E. Mosley. Um, so Unlawful Entry does have a Blu-ray release, but it is a Shout Factory store website store exclusive. I don't know if there are any left. It came out in January of last year. We talked about it here on Chasing Labels at when it was announced. Um, those those store exclusives are usually limited, so I think it was limited to 2,600 copies. So who knows if that's still around? Like you can't find it on Amazon or places like that. Um, yeah, so that's interesting. I don't know if it's. Let's see, there is a review of it. Oh, apparently it doesn't look very good. I'm guessing that's from an old. Yeah, it looks like probably the same master they used on the DVD back in the day. My guess is when it comes to kind of like store exclusives or website exclusives for like Shout Factory or places like that, there's not a lot of effort's going to be put into, you know, restorations and presentations and things like that. That's unfortunate. I don't even think it. It does have extras. Probably porting over the old DVD extras. Oh wow, actually has a commentary, three other features on here. Actually, a really nice extras package for Unlawful Entry. Let's see. Um, Adam Schofield asks, "Good biopics." Uh, Ed Wood and Lenny. That's all I can think of. The Glenn Miller story. There's some good biopics. Let me see. Just off the top of my head. Coincidentally, I have Lenny on Blu-ray. Um, I mean, we just talked about a Raging Bull. Raging Bull is a good biopic. Um, I mean, Goodfellas is also a biopic. Goodfellas is also a biopic. Um, Walk the Line is really good. Um, that's a really good one. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of. There's been so many. There's a new crop of biopics every year. Um, let's see what else we've got. I mean, Amadeus. Amadeus just got a 4K UHD release. I've got to get my hands on that. Lawrence of Arabia. That's a biopic. I would say that's more of that's a biopic. Malcolm X. Malcolm X from Spike Lee. Really really good. Um, yeah. I mean, A Beautiful Mind is a good movie, but it's not accurate at all. It's not accurate at all. The Aviator, another Scorsese film. I like that movie. Capote, uh, kind of a biopic. Um, you know, it's granted it's more about like a specific moment in Truman Capote's life. The events inspiring him to write in cold blood. Uh, yeah, JFK is not quite a biopic. Um, yeah, there's some here that I'm looking. I'm looking at a list here, and I'm like, some of these are not biopics. Michael Mann's Ali, it's a good film. Um, I'm I'm I need to buy that Blu-ray, but I know as soon as I buy that Blu-ray, they're going to announce the 4K. I just have that feeling. Um, yeah, okay, you win. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Adam. Adam says, okay, you win. Yeah, I'm saying there's been so many biopics. There've been biopics going back for like decades upon decades. Like I just said, Rhapsody in Blue is from 1945, and it's a biopic about George Gershwin. I mean, and George Gershwin, I think, had passed away in 1938, I think, somewhere around there, and they made a biopic, just a few years after his passing. There's some people who get biopics, while they're still alive, which I always think is kinda odd. You know what I mean? Because these people's lives have not ended yet. Granted, it's also kind of nice to get the actual personal input of the person that the movie's being made about. I mean, getting that firsthand knowledge, you can't really replicate that, after someone has passed. Uh, but the movie's going to be relatively incomplete because their lives are still continuing. That's why I don't like to give like lifetime achievement awards for certain people while they're still actively working. It's like their careers are still going, you know what I mean? And it's not complete yet. Um, yeah, I just find that kind of odd sometimes. Uh, but it's also nice to kind of award people while they're here, as opposed to awarding them posthumously when they're not here to receive all the praise and whatnot. So that's it for Imprint. Let's move on here. We've been here for too long. Um, let's see. Let me go check my notes to see where we're gonna go to next. Let me see. Hold on. I've got to see. Let's move on. We go to Imprint. Let's quickly hit Kino because it's just kind of just going over some things and then some individual releases, and then we'll go to Vinegar Syndrome. Um, yeah, because we're already almost 2 hours into past the 2 hour point. So let's see. Kino, there you are. So Kino has some things that I wasn't able to watch, so we're just gonna go over them quickly. First up here is a Jean Paul Belmondo film called Cop or Hood, starring Jean Paul Belmondo, directed by Georges Lautner, who directed Le Professionnel. Let me get the synopsis of this here. Go to my watch list on Letterboxd and get it. So, yeah, Cop or Hood. When local police inspector was found dead in a prostitute's house, Police Division Commissioner Stan Borowitz is sent to investigate the situation. Posing as the prostitute's long-lost brother, Antonio Cerruti, he discovers a mare's nest of police corruption. In fact, in this comedy thriller, the whole town is corrupt. If they were closely examined, Stan's methods for pursuing this investigation. Stan's methods for pursuing this investigation might embarrass the police. For instance, uh, he drives into a criminal's house in a fancy, expensive race car. In another incident, he callously blows up a casino owned by Musard, one, one of the town's crime bosses. Um, so what you've got here is a movie starring Jean-Paul Belmondo about police corruption, but also done in a comedic way. It's an interesting kind of thing here. Came out in 1979. I know nothing else about this movie other than it stars Jean-Paul Belmondo, and it's probably a French film. So there's nothing in the way of special features for it. There's nothing. There's not even a release date. It just says coming soon on Blu-ray. So this could come out next year for all we know. And then moving on from there, we've got a movie starring Alain Delon, and this is a movie called Boomerang from 1976. Written and directed by Jose Giovanni, who directed Birds of Prey and then Last Known Address, which I talked about last time. Last Known Address is good. So I would recommend Last Known Address. That was actually one of the last films I watched. I watched for the previous episode of Chasing Labels, episode of Spy number 161. Let me go back to the watch list here and it just says synopsis for Boomerang. A reformed gangster turns to his old associates for help after his son kills a police officer. That's it. Starring Alain Delon. You had me at Alain Delon. So there you go. You had me there. Nothing announced for special features. The only thing it says here is a 4K restoration by Studio Canal. And I went and looked, and I don't think Studio Canal has put this out yet. So obviously, there's probably going to be a Studio Canal release and a Kino release on Blu-ray. So that is Boomerang, starring Alain Delon. And I talked about this, I think, last time. So this is kind of just a refresher, or it just telling us more details about it. Coming June 10th is the Audie Murphy Collection Volume 5. I think I talked about this last time. There's a new audio commentary on Walk the Proud Land and Seven Ways from Sundown and Bullet for a Bad Man. So all of the movies have have new commentaries. All three are newly mastered in 2K, and these are films from 1950 to 1954. If you're not familiar with Audie Murphy, I think I said this last time. He was a World War II war hero turned actor, and he was typically in westerns and war movies. That was typically where his career um, uh, entailed, if you will. I believe he won the Medal of Honor, which is the highest medal you can get, I believe, in the military. And yeah, these are like three films that he was in. They've released this is the fifth set, so obviously they've released a bunch of his movies so far. Um, yeah, so that's the Audie Murphy Volume 5. Um, yeah, it's the movies Walk the Proud Land, Seven Ways to Sundown, and Bullet for a Bad Man. I haven't seen any of them, so I can't really comment if they're any good or not. Audie Murphy, from the stuff I've seen, they mostly put him in movies because of his name. You know what I mean? Um, because the name. He's a big war hero. People will come see him. Like, "Oh, let's watch the next Audie Murphy movie." You know what I mean? Not necessarily a bad thing because they do this in modern day times. They put people in movies in modern day times, and they put their name up on in the lights to get people to go watch it. Um, but yeah, so some other comments here. Biopics have been tainted by Oscar baiters. Yeah, I guess that's true. Adam Schofield does say that. That's the thing now is it, musical, especially music biopics, have become so cookie cutter. They become so formulaic, so traditional that they kind of bore you a little bit. I still have to see um the one oh boy, I almost said No Direction Home, but that's not it. A Complete Unknown, which is the one with Timothy Chalamet um as Bob Dylan. I really want to see that. That just came out on Blu-ray and 4K, but it's still rather expensive. Like new releases are kind of expensive these days. I don't buy a lot of new releases unless I really want them, or unless they drop in price and go down now. I used to be one of those people years ago. I used to go out every week. This is how I started collecting. I would go out and buy new releases every week. Before I started chasing labels, and before I got into really collecting hardcore boutique, I would go out and pretty much buy new releases almost every week and whatnot. And nowadays, I just don't do that. You know what I mean? I kind of wait for them to inevitably go on sale because they will at some point, especially mainstream studio stuff. So I still want to see that. I say this all the time. One of the best biopics of musical biopics of the last several years is the one about Elton John, Rocket Man. Um, Rocket Man that came out in 2019 with Taron Egerton as Elton John, directed by Dexter Fletcher. That movie is amazing, amazing. Like I remember being in the theater and be utterly in awe of what he was doing in that movie because it was non-traditional because Dexter Fletcher was doing more with the medium to tell this story than we've seen before. You know what I mean? He turned it into this surreal, elaborate dreamscape musical about the life of Elton John. Because Elton John being this kind of, larger than life performer, you know what I mean, in his flamboyantness, but he was able to deliver the story in that way and mesh the worlds of biopic and drama and musical and just visual mediums of surrealism into that movie. I'm utterly floored that that movie did not receive more acclaim or is not talked about more so. um Rocket Man. Watch that movie if you haven't seen it and you're kind of like sick of those things. Um, yeah, yeah, Adam, you're right. Well, it came out the year after Bohemian Rhapsody. Rocket Man was overshadowed awards wise by Bohap and a much inferior film, which is true. Um, Bohemian Rhapsody, I think, came out the year before Rocket Man. Coincidentally, Dexter Fletcher had to go in and step in to direct and finish Bohemian Rhapsody when Bryan Singer got kicked off of the movie. He had to go in and finish it. That yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody is the opposite of Rocket Man. Just as a movie, just as storytelling wise, it's a traditional biopic. You know what I mean? It's hitting the usual beats, as opposed to Rocket Man, which is doing something completely more inventive with it. Um, but Bohemian Rhapsody got so much critical acclaim. It won for best editing, which blows my mind to this day. There's a sequence in Bohemian Rhapsody that is so poorly edited that it blows my mind that that movie won for best editing. Blows my mind. They must have just saw that last sequence, the Live Aid sequence, and then were like, okay, it's good. The whole movie's very well edited, and it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna give it the Oscar for that. And so I remember talking about it because at the time we were doing our previous um podcast, which was Cinema Discovery Project, and we had our reactions to the Oscars of that year. And I said the same thing. I'm like, I'm mind blowing that that movie won for best editing. Mind blown. Just astonishing. Man. Um, but some other comments here. Acres of Movie says, I'm excited for Copper Hood. Um, Adam Schofield says the French Jackie Chan. I don't know if you're referring to Jean Paul Belmondo or if you're referring to Alain Delon. Uh, but I'll watch them. I'll watch either of them. So um, doesn't matter to me. And then Acres of Movie says, would you like a Cher biopic? You know what? Yeah, why not? I don't know who would play Cher. I mean, they're having a lot of trouble making a Madonna biopic. They were working on it a couple of years ago. And I don't know what came of it. Um, I don't know if it ever came to really fruition. Ah, yeah. Adam Schofield says Belmondo. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, he's a French Jackie Chan. Nice. I'll think about that next time I watch a Jean Paul Belmondo film. Now, he's the French Jackie Chan. So, um, let's see. Okay. So the biggest Kino announcement, and it's coming literally on my birthday. This is when this is coming out, June 17th. Happy birthday to me is the movie Sabrina, the movie starring Humphrey Bogart, Audrey Hepburn, and William Holden. Um, Getting a 4K UHD release, 2-disc edition. I am so utterly excited for this, so floored by this, so I can't wait. Um, cannot wait. I love this movie. I love Audrey Hepburn so much. She's one of my all-time favorites. So upgrading my old Paramount Blu-ray to this new 4K is going to be incredible. So you got a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master by Paramount Pictures from a 4K scan of the 35 millimeter original camera negative. Our new audio commentary by film historian Joseph McBride, author of Billy Wilder Dancing on the Edge. New commentary by film historian slash writer Julie Kurgo and writer slash filmmaker Peter Hankoff. And then we got the second disc, which is just a Blu-ray, which you get the movie, you get the audio commentaries that I just mentioned, and then you get Audrey Hepburn Fashion Icon featurette, Sabrina's World featurette, Supporting Sabrina featurette, William Holden The Paramount Years featurette, Behind the Gates um, featurette, Paramount in the 50s retrospective featurette, and then Sabrina documentary. Um, yeah, I cannot wait for this. I thought the Blu-ray looks fantastic too. So to get the fact that we're getting a 4K of this, I'm really surprised Paramount let a boutique label have this. I thought they would release this by themselves. So yeah, I'm somewhat shocked but pleasantly surprised. If you've never seen Sabrina, it's so such a great movie. Hollywood legends Humphrey Bogart, William Holden, and Audrey Hepburn star in the classic Cinderella story directed by the one and only Billy Wilder, um, who directed Sunset Boulevard, Some Like It Hot, The Apartment, um, Double Indemnity, The Witness for the Prosecution. So many amazing films. Great screenwriter, great director. Worked in a lot of different genres. But Bogey and Holden are the mega rich Larrabee brothers of Long Island. Bogey's all work, Holden's all playboy. But when Sabrina, daughter of the family chauffeur, returns from a stay in Paris, all grown up and glamorous, the stage is set for some family fireworks as the brothers fall under the spell of Hepburn's delightful charms. So basically, she returns. When she went away to Paris, she was kind of this, girl next door, plain Jane type of character. Then she returns from Paris, an elegant, refined lady, and all of a sudden, these two brothers that have probably known her since she was very little, all of a sudden take interest in her. All of a sudden, realized, hey, this beautiful person's been here this whole time. But it's kind of, in a modern day perspective, it's kind of comedic because it's Audrey Hepburn. Has she never been not, stunning? Um, but you've got William Holden and Humphrey Bogart, two opposite brothers, and they both are kind of courting Audrey Hepburn in the movie. Yeah, I love this movie. It's got costuming by the great Edith Head. Um, yeah, it's 1954, great movie. Watch it if you haven't seen it yet. Um, so I've talked about this movie already called Deep Star 6, getting a 4K UHD, also coming out June 17th. Um, Came out in 1989. It's basically, I think it's basically Alien, but in the sea. Not all aliens come from space. From producer director Sean S. Cunningham, the creator of Friday the 13th and House films, come this action-packed underwater sci-fi thriller starring Taurine Block, Nancy Everhard, Greg Evigan, and um, and Miguel Ferrer, Matt McCoy, Nia Peoples, Cindy Pickett, Marius Wayers. So it's basically, aliens down in the sea. Um, so yeah, it's a movie I haven't seen yet, so I don't have much to say about it. I can tell you this: there's a rather lengthy extras package here. You've got a brand new HDR master by Studio Canal. You've got 3 audio commentaries. New audio commentary by HorrorFix.com's James G. Chandler and Ash Hamilton. Audio commentary with director Sean S. Cunningham and visual effects supervisor James Isaac. Audio commentary by screenwriters Louis Abernathy and Jeff Miller. And then you've got those same commentaries on the second disc, which is just the Blu-ray. And you've got a bunch of other special features here too, about the special effects, about interviews with a couple of the actors, um, some yeah, all kinds of stuff here. So it's getting a deluxe edition, so it must be able to sell well, essentially. Next is a coming soon, and this only says 4K restoration by Studio Canal. This is the movie King and Country, starring Dirk Bogarde, Tom Courtenay, Leo McKern, and Barry Foster. I've talked about this movie already. I talked about this movie when Studio Canal put it out. Um, Studio Canal put it out, and it's a really good movie. It's a really great film. I talked about it then. They put out like back in 2023 they put it out. Yeah, so that's a while ago. Let's see. In 1917, a cellar at Pajandal, Private Hamp awaits court-martial for desertion. Detailed to defend him, Captain Hargreaves, a correct, efficient young officer, realizes from Hamp's simple replies that he is an innocent victim of war nerves and fatigue after 3 years active fighting. So what you've got here is a movie that is dealing with an early form of PTSD. They didn't call it PTSD in World War One. They called it shell shocked. That's where the term shell shocked comes from. Is from being in bunkers and being in trenches in World War Two, and having in World War One, and just hearing the bombings and just having your nerves completely shattered. And there's probably many soldiers during that time who probably decided, just I can't take it anymore and I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. And they just completely, lose their mind and just try to run away. And this movie is depicting kind of getting into all of those things. Um, yeah. So that's The King and Country. Really good film. If you haven't gotten the Studio Canal release, I would say, I guess, wait for the keynote to see what they've got in terms of special features comparisons. But yeah, it's really, really good British film. Let's see. See, Adam Schofield says you need to see The Burglar, also known as La Casse with Belmondo. Such a fun film and full of amazing stunts and the car chase to end all car chases. Oh, I'm excited for that. I want to check that out. I'll add it to my watch list. Lost Weekend is my favorite Wilder. Yeah, that's an all-time great film. The Lost Weekend, really, really great film. Uh, yeah, that's a great film. Dealing with alcoholism in the 50s. Oh, or is it the 40s? Hold on. Let's see. The Lost Weekend. 1945, sorry, 1945. So, yeah, it's dealing with alcoholism in the 40s. Yet again, something that is very, very modern and very contemporary and something that people really didn't deal with in the 40s. Things like alcoholism. Nowhere near the same seriousness that they deal with it today. Um, yeah, The Lost Weekend's a great film. I have an old Eureka Steelbook Blu-ray of that. I gotta see what other editions there have been of that. Not now though, because this episode's gonna be so damn long. Uh, where was I? Yeah, where am I? There I am. King and Country. Next we have Uncommon Valor. So Uncommon Valor, which I literally just started out the show talking about how I just bought the plain as day regular old Paramount Blu-ray of um just the other day. Cost me, you know, whatever I paid for it, and coincidentally produced by John Milius. When we talked about John Milius a bunch earlier, this is now no longer going to be relevant because Kino is um, putting out a 4K of this from a brand new HDR/DV master, Uncommon Valor, starring Gene Hackman, Robert Stack, Fred Ward, Swayze's in this. Um, let's see, directed by Ted Kochev. Uh, and yeah, I don't know when it's gonna come out, but it says it's coming soon. My guess is hopefully not in a year from now, but we will see on that. Let's see. Let's see. Um, Adam Schofield says Deep Star 6. I've seen a couple of times, but the life of me can't remember anything about it. To be honest, I never heard of it until Kino announced it. Um, so that says a lot. I say, Ray Milland's performance is heartbreaking. Adam Schofield is talking about the Lost Weekend. Yeah, battling the serious alcoholic demons in that film. Um, the Nice Young Man Who Drinks. Yeah, that's from the Lost Weekend. Another movie that's dealing with alcoholism. Well, this is in the '60s. Is The Day of Wine and Roses. The film starring Jack Lemmon as well as what's her name? The movie. This is the movie directed by Blake Edwards. Oh boy. Hold on. I misspelled. The Days of Wine and Roses. Are they really gonna? Yeah, Days of Wine and Roses. Okay, I didn't put the S on the word day, so therefore it didn't show up on IMDb. Oh, how annoying is that? But Days of Wine and Roses, the Blake Edwards film starring Jack Lemmon and Lee Remick. Um, that's a movie. That's a dark movie dealing with people's vices and stuff like that, and not being able to shake it. The IMDb synopsis: an alcoholic marries a young woman and systematically addicts her to booze so that they can share his passion together. Passion is in quotes. Um, yeah, Jack Lemmon. This is 1962. Jack Lemmon is probably one of the best actors of his era. I think so. I don't want to say underrated. People know Jack Lemmon. Like people know Jack Lemmon, but I don't think they really know how good of an actor he was. Because from my perspective, I was alive to see the end of Jack Lemmon's career. So I remember him from like grumpy old men and grumpier old men, and and what's that movie? Out to Sea, when they were on that elderly cruise together, and then like Grumpier Old Men 2, not Grumpy, no, Odd Couple 2. That's what I say, Odd Couple 2. So I saw like later Jack Lemmon, like in his lighter roles, but his early stuff when he was doing like dramas, he was so good. He was so good. I mean, The Apartment is so good. Not that no, that's not a dark role for him. Still a relatively serious role, but um, yeah, great actor Jack Lemmon is or was. Um, yeah, Adam Schofield says Days is a tough film. It is indeed. Comedic actors like Lemon seem to do tragedy so well. They do. They seem to understand acting, and they seem to understand sadness so much. We've seen it with Jim Carrey. We've seen it with Jim Carrey, just to give a modern perspective on that. Um, yeah. Coincidentally, we did a whole sequence a whole series of episodes or videos here on Chasing Labels talking about Jim Carrey's career, where we talked about his dramatic roles and how good he was in dramatic roles. The Truman Show, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, those films. We did, yeah, they're on here somewhere. I think Movies Down Memory Lane is the series that we did with that. But let's see. So that it for Kino? They are okay. So they're doing two Blu-ray re-releases in June. On June 10th, they're doing a Blu-ray re-release of Murder by Decree and Career Opportunities. They put these out before. Career Opportunities they literally just put out in 4K. So buy the 4K. Murder by Decree I think just came out in 4K as well. Um, so I would buy those. I think these are just giving people options if they want to buy the Blu-rays too. Excuse me. Excuse me. Um, so let's move on now. We're down to let's see. Yeah, we're gonna hit some individual releases really quickly, and then we'll hit Vinegar Syndrome and partner labels, and then we'll be out of here. So one individual release I do want to talk about is the movie Darling. I've already talked about this movie, but it's getting excuse me, it's getting a 4K release from Studio Canal. It already got a Blu-ray release from um let me see, was it Imprint? Hold on, let me see. Last August. So the movie Darling got a where are you? Hold on. Ba-ba-bum. Darling 1965. Oh, there it is. For some reason it didn't show up. So last August. Okay. Last August Umbrella put out Darling on Blu-ray. And now Studio Canal is putting out a 4K edition of the movie Darling. Now the movie Darling stars it's the John Schlesinger film starring Dirk Bogarde as well as Julie Christie? Yes, Julie Christie. So, Darling is the story of a good time girl of the era, Diana Scott, Julie Christie, is a young model who moves from bed to bed on the presumption that fidelity means having only one man in it at a time, and the opportunistically bends her ambitions to take advantage of whatever or whoever the moment offers her. There are three men in her life, each of whom willingly or involuntarily helps her on her way to the top. Dirk Bogarde plays Robert Gold, a TV interviewer, an honest man striving to tell illusion from reality. Lawrence Harvey, an advertising executive totally cynical about the manipulating society's values, and Roland Curran, a gay magazine photographer battening parasitically on glossy society. There is also a fourth man, the one whom Darling marries only to find herself a prisoner of the jet set world she has conquered. So you've got this movie about this Julie Christie character who's trying to make her way up in the world throughout, aristocratic society, rich society, a well-to-do society. She's trying to move her way, upwards and upwards, and she's trying to do it through these various men, essentially. The movie, I remember talking about it, is very good. Julie Christie's very good in it. I really ended up liking the movie a lot. Um, so I definitely want to say that I would recommend watching this movie. There's no US release of it on Blu-ray yet, so the only way you can get it is through Umbrella's release from back in August. of last year, of 2024, or you wait for the Studio Canal release. The Studio Canal release, um, I would wait for this. First of all, 4K edition already got the better picture quality. 4K restoration of the film from the best 35 millimeter film elements available. Dolby Vision slash HDR presentation of the film. This right here sold me. Sofia Coppola on Darling. For those of you who don't know me, Sofia Coppola, probably one of my favorite, filmmakers around today. Um, and for her to get her on a special feature is pretty amazing. And that's a new special feature. Another new special feature is Let's Call It Darling, an interview with Frederick Raphael. Another new special feature, After a Fashion, Julie Harris costumes for Darling. Extract from BEHP audio interview with John Schlesinger. Behind the scenes still gallery, costume design, still gallery, color stills design, stills gallery. 64-page illustrated booklet with writings on the film. So you got a nice deluxe packaging for this movie, Darling, from Studio Canal. This is coming out June 16th. So it'll be here before we know it. So that's the movie Darling. I would definitely recommend this release. It's the 60th anniversary of the John Schlesinger film. For those of you who know John Schlesinger, you know John Schlesinger. Hold on. Just to get a few of his films up for people who need a little reference point here. Um, Midnight Cowboy, Marathon Man, Sunday Bloody Sunday. Um, uh, let's see what else. What else we got here? Oh, The Day of the Locust. I still need to get that Blu-ray from Arrow about the Day of the Locust. Billy Liar's another film. I think it's kind of an underrated film. The Falcon and the Snowman is underrated. That 1985 kind of Cold War era espionage film. What else is there? Oh, Far From the Madding Crowd. I've been wanting to watch that movie for so long. The 1967 version. I have the newer adaptation of that, but I haven't seen it. But yeah, John Schlesinger. I have a John Schlesinger section actually. I have an old DVD of The Falcon and the Snowman. Did I upgrade that yet? Kind of don't know. Kind of just talking out loud. But yeah, that's the Schlesh, as I like to call him. Let's see what else we've got here for individual releases. Okay, so All We Imagine as Light. Let me look this up really quickly. So, All We Imagine as Light was a film that came out last year. It's getting a Janus Contemporaries release from Criterion. See if I have any details on that. These Janus contemporary releases typically don't have much in the way of special features, and this one does not, unfortunately. But yeah, I knew this was a critical darling of last year on many people's like top 10 favorite films of the year lists and stuff like that. Let's see. Criterion, in collaboration with Janus Films, will bring to Blu-ray Paya Kapadia's All We Imagine as Light. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on July 22nd. So right in the middle of the Barnes & Noble Criterion sale, coincidentally. Description: Payal Kapadia's acclaimed fiction feature debut is a radiant ode to hope, giving connections forged amid big city anonymity, set against the hypnotic luminescence of Mumbai. All We Imagine as Light follows three very different women working at the same hospital. Prabna, Anu, and Parvati, each contending with personal material and struggles amid modernized India. India riven by gentrification and rising Hindu nationalism. Oh, this sounds very modernly political, as well as deeply and richly thematic. I really wanted to see this movie, but I could not find it last year to watch it anywhere. So I'm glad it's getting a physical release. But in terms of special features, we've got Meet the Filmmakers, a new interview with director Payal Kapadia, and that's it. So yeah, when it comes to the Janus contemporaries, they don't really have anything in the way of special features. It's just more of like these movies are getting physical media releases on Blu-ray. Like that's more of the win. That's what we want to see. And as long as we can get these movies on physical media form in some way, that's the most important thing. But let's see what else we've got here. Check my notes. So Full Moon is putting out this Albert Pion film um, called Arcade. Let's see. Yeah, Full Moon Features. Let's see if I can actually find. Okay, yeah. So I was actually supposed to talk about this last time, and I didn't. I completely forgot to talk about it. So wow, there we go. So this is. It says here, Full Moon Features is preparing a Blu-ray release of Albert Pion's Arcade, starring AJ Langer, Brian Tatio, John D. Lancey, and Megan Ward. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market in early July. In early July. Description from writer David S. Goyer, who people don't know, may not know this. He wrote Blade, Batman Begins, and Demonic Toys. The cult film director Albert Pion um, comes Arcade, one of Full Moon's most famous and fevered sci-fi thrillers. All the kids in town are dying to play the hot new video game Arcade. Trouble is, once you play the game, you can kiss reality goodbye. uh, Arcade has 7 levels of excitement, adventure, and terror for its players. The game transports you to another world with its stunning graphics, thrilling sound effects, and virtual reality simulation. It is the ultimate experience in a video game, but excitement like this doesn't come cheaply. When you battle with Arcade, you're putting your life on the line. The kids who have accepted the challenge are absorbed into the game. Um, only Alex and Nick. Oh wow! Only Alex, who is Megan Ward, uh, and Nick Peter Billingsley, realize that these mysterious disappearances are linked to Arcade. They must battle the game alone. Full Moon features this 1993 classic for the first time on Blu-ray remastered for the very best available elements. Audio commentary with Charles Band and Megan Ward. Um, Albert Pune did a lot of like low budget B movie stuff in the 80s and 90s. Um, some of which we have talked about here on Chasing Labels. Let me see. Let me pull up some of the stuff that we actually have talked about. So, and this movie is available to stream on Tubi, and I just didn't get a chance to watch it because I was so, involved with Vinegar Syndrome and whatnot. So Albert Pujols done the movie Cyborg. He's done the movie Nemesis. He did the Captain America 1990 movie. I watched this several times as a child. I remember renting this from Blockbuster on VHS several times because in the 90s, before the boom today, we didn't have much in terms of superheroes. I mean, we had Batman 89, we had the Superman movies, um, but out then we wouldn't get Blade until 98. I mean, we had Howard the Duck, which was a comic book movie, and then of course, when the 2000s hit, that's when things started kicking into gear. You had X Men, you got Spider Man, then you got the sequels to X Men, the sequels to Spider Man, and then things started to kick into gear. And then of course, in the late 2000s, in the mid 2000s, you had the Batman. The Dark Knight trilogy starts. Then you have the MCU starting in 2008, and then the rest is history up till today. You know what I'm saying? But if you were a kid growing up in the early 90s, you didn't have much to work with. You didn't have much to work with. So you would rent, Captain America from Blockbuster. You would watch Dick Tracy. That was another comic book movie. And then, so you worked with what you had. But Albert Pion did a lot of kind of the, B movies, like Alien from LA, and he did movies like The Sword and the Sorcerer from 1982, which I don't actually mind at all. Sword and the Sorcerer. He did Doll Man in 1991. Doll Man we've talked about on here. What an odd movie. What an odd movie. Uh, yeah, so interesting. Check on Albert Pion's work. Um, recently, I think our friend, I think it's Justin DeClue over at Gold Ninja, um, did a screening of Albert Pion's like director's cut of Captain America, and apparently it's a much different movie than the one that was theatrically released. So that's I don't know if that's ever going to see the light of day in official form. Who knows? But that would be cool. That would be cool. So that's Arcade. Let's see what else we've got here. I don't need that tab anymore. Get rid of that tab. Trying to make sure my computer doesn't overheat. Oh, let me talk about this movie called First Love. So, First Love is getting released from VCI Home Entertainment and celebrating the 55th anniversary of Maximilian Schell's First Love from 1970 with a brand new Blu-ray release, which is scheduled to arrive early on the market in July. Um, in early July, sorry. A beautiful love story by the masterful Russian author Ivan Turgenev has been made into an exquisite, internationally acclaimed film, bittersweet study of a 16-year-old boy who becomes infatuated with an impoverished princess during an era of social decay and impending revolution. Sounds interesting. See, new 4K restoration of the film. There's a new audio commentary by Rob Kelly, noted film historian, podcaster, and artist. New video featurette from First Love to Lasting Art, John Mulder Brown. Video featurette Dominique Sanda, the enigmatic muse of cinema. Video featurette Maximilian Schell, the quiet titan, and then photo and poster gallery. So this is an interesting release from VCI. We don't talk a lot about VCI on here. I feel like they get lost in the shuffle. Um, but they put out some pretty decent stuff here and there. So VCI Home Entertainment is putting out a 55th anniversary of this movie called First Love. I kind of want to check it out. Um, I like the cover. I like the cover. So I thought I would mention that on here. Um, so that is that. Let's see what else did I put here. Oh, quickly, 3 Curzon releases. So Curzon is putting out. Curzon has already put out a Lars von Trier collection of a lot of his movies, right? We didn't really cover that here, but they put out Lars von Trier, a Curzon collection. This came out in 2023, and it was a collection of 15 of his movies, starting all the way from Element of the Crime, going all the way to The House That Jack Built, which I think is his most recent, or one of his most recent. Um, but a couple of the movies in there are getting releases individually. The Idiots and Dogville. And then there's another release that wasn't included in that box set, which surprised the heck out of me, called Dancer in the Dark. Dancer in the Dark, which is the movie that I don't think a lot of people talk about when they talk about Lars von Trier, is getting its own individual release too, but it wasn't in that box set at all. So coming out June 9th is a Blu-ray of Dancer in the Dark, a 25th anniversary edition. And this is the movie starring Bjork and Catherine Deneuve, David Morse, Peter Stormare. This is a movie I saw on DVD many years ago. I have it on DVD. I found it, a snapper case DVD of this at a used movie store probably a dozen years ago. Probably a dozen years ago. This movie, Lars von Trier's Palme d'Or winning musical masterpiece, stars Bjork as Selma, a Czech immigrant on the verge of blindness. She struggles to make ends meet for herself and her son, who has inherited the same genetic disorder and will suffer the same fate without an expensive operation. When life gets too difficult, Selma learns to cope through her love of musicals, dreaming up little numbers to the rhythmic beats of her surroundings. So what is also unique about this movie is I believe it was shot digitally, and it's the early days of digital, obviously. But I think they're shot like on camcorders or something. So it's gonna look a little rough, I would assume, on Blu-ray, but better than the DVD. I don't know if a lot of people listening are familiar with this movie. Um, but Dancer in the Dark, I always thought was kind of, you know, interesting. It is from an actress who doesn't typically act. Well, it's from a person who doesn't typically act. Bjork is known as obviously a musical star, a musician, musical artist, I guess would be the proper term. And here she kind of did some acting. I heard that her and Lars von Trier did not get along at all while making this movie, which doesn't really surprise me in the least bit if you know kind of Lars von Trier. Um, but Dancer in the Dark, what a movie. Yeah. Let's see. So for special features, we have Von Trier's 100 Eyes, a behind-the-scenes documentary, audio commentary with Lars von Trier and sound designer Per Strait, audio commentary with choreographer Vincent Patterson, 100 cameras capturing Lars von Trier's vision. I think the whole idea was that he used like 100 cameras to shoot the movie. But they were all like small, like I think like like handheld cameras or something, or camcorders or something. It's been so long since I've thought about this movie. Um, yeah, so choreography, creating Vincent Patterson's dance sequences, interview with Lars von Trier. I just thought that was interesting that they were putting not only putting out single Blu-ray releases of stuff they've already released in that Lars von Trier box set, but also putting out Dancer in the Dark 25th anniversary Blu-ray. Um, Dogville is the other one that's interesting to me. Dogville is the film starring seemingly someone who's in every movie now, and that is Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman, Lauren Bacall, Harriet Anderson is in the movie, who used to be in Ingmar Bergman films. Paul Bettany's in the film. This movie is entirely experimental. I don't have any details about the release of this because it's not on here, but um, it's a movie that's depicted as like a stage play, but it's a narrative story, but, like, the locations are like a stage play. Like, the whole thing is, like, set on a stage play set that's just kind of chalk outlined out, the way the buildings are. Like, someone will be in their house, kind of open a fake door and walk into their house, but there's nothing there. It almost looks like a dress rehearsal being shot. It's fascinating. It's really fascinating experimental film. Dark film, though, as the Lars von Trier films are. Came out in 2003. Um, I've only ever had it on DVD because there is no Blu-ray currently in the Region A or US market, um, which is unfortunate because I a lot of his other films have gotten Blu-ray releases, even his early stuff. Heck, Criterion put out a Blu-ray box set of his early stuff. Um, but let's go over now. I was going to talk about. Um, let's go over to Vinegar Syndrome. Vinegar Syndrome. I feel like we need to get over the Vinegar Syndrome. As it is, it's going to take us a little time to get through all of these. So let's hit it as we can. Let's see. Oh, hello, Illuminated Pro. Nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to hour 3. We're just hitting Vinegar Syndrome now. I heard Lars isn't faring so well. Do you mean health wise, Adam, or just career wise, or both actually? Um, let's see, and then Acres of Movies goes Pacific Heights. I think you were referring to um John Schlesinger. John Schlesinger. Yeah, that's actually one of his films I haven't seen is Pacific Heights. But Vinegar Syndrome. So Vinegar Syndrome proper titles. Here we go. We've got Murder Rock, 4K UHD of that. We got a 4K UHD of The Nesting. We've got a Blu-ray release, a double feature Blu-ray release of Devil Doll / Curse of the Voodoo. And then we've got a Blu-ray release from their VSA line of Igor and the Lunatics. Cinematograph is putting out Drop Zone. And then from Distripix is Last Tango in Paris. Holy heck. So, excuse me. Last Tango in Paris, the Bernardo Bertolucci film, the film that was so controversial, I think they made them destroy the original camera negative. I think the Vatican made them make them burn it. So there is no original camera negative of that. So this is getting. I pre-ordered this already. I pre-ordered this like the day after it was announced. I'm going to start with this because this is the famous controversial film starring Marlon Brando and Maria Schneider. I've had this on Blu-ray for so many years. Probably my favorite Bernardo Bertolucci film. Yeah, is it controversial? Yes. Things that have come out about the filming of this have also made it even more controversial. Yes. But just looking at the movie itself, looking at Last Tango in Paris and what it is kind of astonishing that this movie was made at that time. Kind of astonishing that this movie was made at all, really. You've got this steamy, sensual, sexual, ferocious relationship between the Marlon Brando and Maria Schneider character, based entirely on, sexual interaction. There's no really kind of emotional stuff that's going in there. And they kind of just meet at this studio apartment in Paris, um, just for, like I said, sexual things. Um, and they're doing it, and they're also working their way through emotional baggages that they have going on in their lives. Um, you know, I don't wanna give away what those emotional baggages, are entail, because I want I wouldn't wanna spoil the movie for people, but you see that emotion playing out through their encounters with one another, and then, there's separate storylines that are going on throughout the movie. Um, and they're trying to escape their life, they're trying to escape their world, they're trying to escape their traumas, and they're trying to do it through the the act of, sexual encounters, you know what I mean? And the movie is known for being, incredibly provocative for in a sexual nature, and it is. I don't know how, so it also depends on who you are as a viewer, what your tolerance is and what your, specific, you know, vibe is when it comes to these things. So that, that'll obviously vary. But let's see. It's got Vittorio Storaro, who shot Apocalypse Now, is the cinematographer in the movie. The movie looks good, it's directed well, it's acted well. Um, you know, Maria Schneider is so stunning in this movie and so sensual without any effort whatsoever. I remember that. I remember being utterly floored by this movie after watching it. And I have a Bertolucci section in my collection. But the Blu-ray itself, I think basically was just the movie on Blu-ray. I don't think there was anything in terms of special features. I think it was just kind of great just to have the movie. Um, let's see. Last Tango in Paris. Why? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it came out in 2011, which was probably around the time when I bought it. Yeah, it's got no special features. The original Blu-ray, nothing. It's got a theatrical trailer. It's got like an international theatrical trailer. Came out through MGM on Blu-ray, and this release here obviously has so much more. Like this could have one special feature, and it would have so much more. So, 2 disc set, 4K Ultra HD. Um, let's see, 4K UHD presented in Dolby Vision, high dynamic range from Parma to Paris via Rome. 30 minutes, an interview with long-term Bertolucci collaborator Francesco Barilli. Our Last Tango, a 12-minute special feature, an interview with the editor Roberto Perpiani. Before the tango, Robert Perpiani on his early collaboration with Bernardo Bertolucci, a conversation with Bernardo Bertolucci, which is an archival thing. Locations for the tango, looking at the obviously locations, shot in Paris, got to be nice locations. 40-page perfect bound book, essays by Allison Anders, Heather Drain, and Jim Hemphill. Um, yeah, and it's Last Tango in Paris. Like, I was shocked to see this announced. I was utterly shocked because I was like, I didn't expect that movie to ever get a deluxe release. Um, let's see. Let's see. Last Tango with the butt. uh, oh wow, I didn't know that. Adam Schofield says yes, health, and he's gone into a care home. I did not know that, Adam. I did not know that. You're talking about Lars von Trier in terms of as health. Last Tango with the butter-colored slips, subtle. Yeah, very subtle. There's actually 2 slips. There's one on, there's one here you can get. Well, it's now sold out. You can't get it here and now. But Distribpix was putting out one, and then I think the Melusine website had another different slipcover design. Um, I just wanted to point that out, just in case people were interested. Um, Acres of Movies says, "Arcade I like, I've never seen it. I haven't seen a lot of Albert Pion stuff." Like I said, I watched that Doll movie, and then I watched its sequel, which was not directed by Albert Pion, and I was like, "Oh, this is so tough to watch." Um, Brando was great in it for one scene, and I think I know the scene that you're talking about, Adam. Um, and it's there's a scene. I don't want to say this. There's a scene where there's an emotional breakdown from Brando. It's very very good. You realize you're watching one of the best ever work in this scene. As we all know, Brando was at this point in his career by the 70s incredibly difficult to work with. Um, Incredibly difficult. Even when he had to shoot um, The Godfather, I think Brando was tough to work with. We also know how difficult he was to work with on Apocalypse Now. I mean, he showed up to the Apocalypse Now set, didn't read the script. He was like so far overweight in terms of what the character was supposed to be. Um, Improving lines during the movie, like that whole scene where he has this great monologue and in Apocalypse Now, it's all improv. It's all improv because he just did not know the script at all. And Coppola was already dealing with so much just utter chaos making of that movie that I couldn't imagine that this was just like the cream on top of the really bad Sunday that he had. Watch the documentary uh Hearts of Darkness about the making of Apocalypse Now. Just the utter chaos it was making that movie. Incredible. Incredible that that movie ever got made and that that movie is hailed as the masterpiece it is. So we've got Last Tango in Paris, 4K UHD, way to go. Let's work backwards here. So Cinematic is putting out Drop Zone. I talked about a little bit about Drop Zone earlier. It's the action 90s action movie starring Wesley Snipes, directed by John Badham, um, where Wesley Snipes is has to learn how to his character has got to learn how to skydive. So let's see, Pete and Terry Westnip, um, a oh, this is wow. Oh, so yeah, so the premise is this. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it. Um, so Wesley Snipes and his partner was portrayed by I think Malcolm Jamal Warner, um, and Malcolm Jamal Warner from the Cosby Show. He he and Wesley Snipes are transferring this criminal, like computer hacking type of criminal guy, played by Earl Leedy, who is an underrated actor. No, Earl Leedy is his character's name. Michael Jeter is the actor. Uh, Underrated actor. Michael Jeter was. And he and what happens is they get hijacked in midair by a group of people that want to um that need this guy to do some heist they want to pull off, right? They want to hack into like I think the CIA or FBI something mainframe to get the name of a bunch of people to oh no, is it DEA? I think it's the DEA. Let me just read this here because I am just completely going off book like a crazy person. That's what happens when you hit the 3 hour mark here on Chasing Labels. My mind is completely gone and I just start rambling. Um, but I've got to stay strong. Got to stay strong and keep going on. So drop zone. So yeah, a daring prison break from an airliner at 30,000 feet leaves U.S. Marshal Pete Nessip mourning a brother and gunning for revenge. After being ordered to turn in his badge, he seeks out Jessie Crossman, a noted skydiver, and offers to sponsor her crew for an annual Independence Day parachuting show in Washington, D.C., if she trains him. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the midair jailbreak is planning a daring computer theft on Independence Day. And I think it has to do with like the DEA or something like that. Some government agency. I don't remember. I don't remember. Um, and basically, you know, Wesley Snipes' character has to learn how to skydive. A lot of skydiving in this movie. It's a fun kind of extreme sports actioner type of movie. Reminds me a lot of in the vein of a lesser Point Break because of the skydiving aspect of it, because there's this investigative criminal element that Wesley Snipes has to find out, and there's some kind of interconnection between the person that he meets and that's teaching him skydiving and this group of skydivers who are the evil guys. There's a connection there, and he's got to kind of like suss it out and whatnot. But yeah, it's Wesley Snipes in the '90s. John Badham directs it fine. Um, it's a fine movie. If you don't know who John Badham is, he directed so much stuff that people know. He directed Saturday Night Fever. He directed War Games. He directed The Bird on a Wire, which is the Goldie Hawn Mel Gibson film from 1990. He directed the Dracula from 1979, the one starring Frank Langella as Dracula. I wanted that movie for years and finally bought it, and I'm glad I did. Glad I did. He also directed the Bingo Long Traveling All Stars and Motor Kings, underrated movie. Indicators put out a Blu-ray of that. Uh, really good film about baseball. Also, he directed American Flyers, which is a movie about cycling. I think that stars Kevin Costner. Yeah, starring Kevin Costner, who's a a cyclist. But yeah, John Badham is someone career director who's he done so much stuff. Let's see what we got here on um, Drop Zone. So 2 disc edition, 4K Ultra HD, and a Region A Blu-ray. 4K UHD presented in Dolby Vision. New commentary by director and executive producer John Badham and cinematographer Roy H. Wagner, moderated by cinematography's Justin La Liberty. Oh, Cinematograph's Justin La Liberty. New commentary with film journalist Max Every, Surfers in the Sky, a new interview with producer Wallace Nikita, A Symptom of Skydiving, scoring Drop Zone, a new interview with music historian Daniel Schweiger about Hans Zimmer score. There's a Hans Zimmer score in this. Hello. Whose films are these anyway? John Badham, From Filmmaker to Movie Maker. Video essay by Daniel Kramer. That's cool. Assuming about the career of John Badham. New essay by film critics Simon Abrams, Bill Jabari, cultural historian Mark Edward Hoyk, and Cinematograph's Justin La Liberty. So that's a nice little package. Yeah, if you've been collecting the Cinematograph releases, obviously you want to continue with this one. The movie for me is okay. Like I said, it's kind of a lesser Point Break. I didn't mind it. I would definitely buy this when Vinegar Syndrome is having one of their sales, and you can get it for cheaper than retail price. Definitely, that would be what I would recommend. Um, yeah, and Acres of Movies already wants it. I haven't seen Stakeout. Acres of Movies says Badham do great with Stakeout in many movies. I saw like Stakeout. I came across that movie so many times while shopping and never bought it. But Acres of Movies says I want to get Drop Zone for the new commentary. Blue Thunder getting a remake, I believe. Is it Adam Schofield? Adam Schofield says. Um, but let's see. Let's move past this to. So what did I watch? Yeah, the VSA release of Igor and the Lunatics. Let's see. I don't remember this movie at all, and I watched it. Yeah, it's a slasher. It's a slasher film from the 80s. Yeah, you know what? It's a Trauma. That's what it was. Financed by legendary Trauma Entertainment, who ended up requiring extensive reshoots in order to up the movie's gore quotient. Um, yeah, so it's a B movie 80s slasher film, that was distributed by Trauma. Um, it's now restored in 4K. Holy heck! From the original 16 millimeter camera negative. Um, Yeah, it's about this cult who's just like all hopped up on like psychedelic drugs and stuff, and um, yeah, and they like murder people and whatnot. To be honest, I was kind of half watching it. I was kind of half watching it, but yeah, newly scanned and restored in 4K. The Lunatic's Friend, remembering Igor and the Lunatics, a 34-minute making of documentary. Holy heck! Um, that is it on that. So I'm gonna skip over that just for the sake of time. Um, Oh, this feature here, this is a British Films double feature of Devil Doll and the Curse of the Voodoo. One film came out in 1964, the other one came out in 1965. Devil Doll, as you can imagine, is dealing with a ventriloquist doll that may be a little more lively than you may believe. Yeah, So the first one has to do Devil Doll has to deal with this magician who has this, this ventriloquist doll. It says here, acclaimed magician, the great Varelli, dazzles audience with his mastery of hypnosis while shocking them with a strange ventriloquist dummy named Hugo. Determined to uncover Varelli's methods to making Hugo's movement and speech appear so real, reporter Mark English begins a covert investigation. However, nothing can prepare him for the strange and horrifying secret trapped inside the dummy, nor the murderous actions it will take to be freed. It's one of those. It's kind of like an Alfred Hitchcock presents feature film. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Um, and as yeah. So and then oh yeah, here we go. So and then Curse of the Voodoo is not good. Curse of the Voodoo is not great. It's kind of super racist movie. It's not good. So what happens is this movie starts off in an African safari, and one of these hunters ends up killing like a big game lion, and this lion happens to be a sacred um like sacred to the local indigenous population, and they put a curse on him, so he goes back to London and continues his life, but he starts getting like these weird visions of seeing like indigenous people stalking him. He gets weird visions and nightmares about like lions and stuff and whatnot, and he just kind of like slowly starts going crazy. And meanwhile, we cut back to like weird voodoo stuff happening in these African indigenous uh, tribes and whatnot, tribe and whatnot. It's not a great movie. Um, yeah, but let's see what we got here for special features. Commentary tracks up the wazoo, I can tell you that. Newly scanned and restored in 4K from the 35mm original camera negative. Commentary track with writer critic Kim Newman and Barry Forshaw. Commentary track with producer Richard Gordon and film historian Tom Weaver. Commentary track with historians Rod Barnett and Adrian Smith. That previous one was for Devil Doll. This one's for Curse of the Voodoo. Time for Tommy's Tea, an interview with Curse of the Voodoo editor Barry Vince. Traditions and Legacies, 23-minute writer and film critic Kim Newman on Curse of the Voodoo. I'm very curious to see what Kim Newman has to say about this movie. I wasn't really digging it too much. It's a weird movie. Both films star the same actor in Bryant Halliday. Bryant Halliday plays like the magician in the other film, and he plays, I think, the guy who gets cursed in this one. And these films are both directed by Lindsay Shanteth. Um, yeah, and then casting a spell is writer and film historian Rigby on Devil Doll. Alternate clothes scene for Devil Doll. Okay, whatever. um, yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I don't know. I like Devil Doll a lot more than I like Curse of the Voodoo. But I feel like you had to put if you had to put both of them on here because they're both directed by the same director, and but they're wildly different movies. Wildly different movies. Even in terms of quality, they're wildly different. Let's see. Let me move back to the previous page if I can find my cursor. There it is. I lost my cursor there for a second. See how we're doing here. Yes, it's probably going to be a 4-hour show. Adam Schofield says you had me at Lindsay Sean Seth. Good thing I had you. Not good thing I had you. Let's see. Let's see. See, Acres of Movies says, should Tom Cruise remake The Gauntlet with Christopher McQuarrie and Scarlett Johansson, or should he make the Secret Service action movie El Presidente next? Um, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Tom Cruise is gonna do next. I know Mission Impossible, I think, is coming to a close. I don't know. Oh, he's doing. Oh, I know what he's doing next. Oh, gee, I just heard about it. Or yeah, I just heard about it. He's doing uh Alejandro Gonzalez Inarritu's next film. That's what Tom Cruise is doing next. He's going back to kind of working with an indie director, doing an indie film, which is kind of surprising to me, working with more of an auteur than doing kind of a bigger budgeted type of film. I'm very fascinated about that. Uh, yeah, let's see. What do I got here for Vinegar Syndrome? Oh, The Nesting. What an interesting movie. 4K UHD release here. So, the only mainstream feature directed by prolific illustrator, um, and erotic filmmaker Armand Weston. Interesting. Yeah, so oh wow, this is a big write up here. So, the impending release of her new book, The Nesting, agoraphobic New York-based writer Lauren Cochran decides to spend some time outside the city to find inspiration. Uh, for her next novel, arriving in the small town of Dover Falls, she happens across an isolated and dilapidated mansion that bears an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted on the cover of her latest work. Feeling a strange pull to the place, Lauren decides to rent the property and quickly gets herself set up and into writing mode. But it's not long before she starts experiencing bizarre, vivid dreams and seeing ghostly apparitions. Soon enough, those around her start dying in strange and gruesome ways. What could all this have to do with the house's murky history and tragedy that occurred there decades before? Um, so, as I was saying, the only mainstream feature directed by prolific illustrator and erotic filmmaker Armand Weston. Um, The Nesting, which was originally filmed as Phobia and subsequently re-released in 1983 as Massacre Mansion, is a stylish supernatural slasher expertly photographed by João Fernandes, um, and featuring Academy Award winning actress Gloria Graham in her final screen role. Yes, now newly restored in 4K from its original 35 millimeter camera negative. Um, the Nesting is the UHD world premiere and it's longer phobia cut for the first time on home video. So, yes, I did watch this movie, and this is the final role of Gloria Graham's career. Gloria Graham, I think, one of the best femme fatales of all time. She was in such great film noirs in the 50s. I mean, The Big Heat. She was in A Lonely Place. Gloria Graham was a great actress, and this is her last film role before she passed away. And she's one of the ghostly apparitions in this film, so she's not in it a lot. So this movie, this woman author who rents this house, of course, doesn't realize what the backstory history is on the house before she rents it. Nobody seemed to do any type of research when they were doing these types of things back in the day. And the place is haunted as heck. And weird things start happening, and you start learning about what this house was once upon a time and what happened there and why it's haunted and all this kind of stuff. It's good. It's good. I actually really like this movie for what it is. Some of the acting isn't great and whatnot, and but some of the kills are pretty good. I like the movie for what it is as a haunted house movie, if you will. So let's see um, what we got here for special features. See, for The Nesting. 2 disc set, 4K UHD plus a Blu-ray, 4K presentation in Dolby Vision, newly scanned and restored in 4K. Commentary track with the writer and critic Andy Marshall Roberts. Acting is Being Brave, an interview with actress Robin Groves. The Outlaw Poet, an interview with actor Michael David Lally. Low Budget Miracle, an interview with associate producer slash production manager Don Walters. Yeah, this movie is definitely low budget. Definitely low budget, but I think it maximized what it was doing with that budget. The Sating of Desire, an interview with Nightmare USA author Stephen Thrower. Audio interview with co-writer Daria Price, conducted by Extras producer Ewan Kent. The Nesting outtakes, preserving Armand Weston's gothic horror. Um, yeah, that's produced by Vinegar Syndrome themselves. That's really cool. Yeah, I kind of really like this release. That's nice. And then last but certainly not least here for Vinegar Syndrome proper stuff is a Lucio Fulci film. It's a Lucio Fulci slasher musical. No, slasher dance film. Hey now. Hey now. So Candace Norman operates the hottest dance academy in town with hordes of hopefuls dying to be admitted. And maybe literally in this case, shortly after a trio of new students are accepted into Candace's tutelage, a young female pupil is found murdered on campus, stabbed through the heart with a long pin, with the backbiting staff and students alike all rendered possible suspects. Candace is also plagued by haunting dreams involving a sinister man. When Candace spots this man's face on a billboard, she decides to track him down while yet another rising dance starlet winds up with a punctured heart. Is this the handsome stranger as dangerous as the man in her dreams? Um, could a bloodthirsty maniac from outside the school be preying upon the dancers, or has the intense competition between dancers and staff turned one of them into a depraved killer? And how does Candace herself factor into this shocking mystery? So, director Lucio Fulci, who needs no introduction, we all know who Lucio Fulci is. If you don't, he's one of the best and well-known horror directors of all time, typically within the giallo horror subgenre. He directed City of the Dead, The Beyond. I've got I got some Fulci films here. I need more Fulci films. But Murder Rock is amongst the maestro's last truly lavish productions, boasting stylized dance numbers and surreal dream sequences between its labyrinthine mystery and gruesome killings. Um, yeah, the movie opens. I can tell you guys this is not a spoiler. The movie opens with like a long dance sequence of just like people in a dance studio in like really tight 80s spandex dancing, and it goes on for several minutes. That's how the movie starts. And then there are several sequences in the movie where that happens again for several minutes. Meanwhile, in the middle of all of these dance sequences, there's a murderer on the loose kind of killing these students. And we're trying to figure out what's going on. The this main teacher lady is trying to she has these dreams about this guy, and then she sees him and then she tries to track him down, and she believes he's the guy doing this possibly, and we learn about him. A lot of things going on in this movie, but it's Lucio Fulci. If you're a Lucio Fulci fan, you got to see all of his stuff, I assume. You got to get all of his stuff if you're collecting all of his stuff. I got to get more Lucio Fulci stuff in my collection personally. But yeah, I never thought I would see a Lucio Fulci Gialli or Giallo dance movie slasher. I never thought I'd see that. Um, let's see. Let's see. At Equals the movie says Tales from the Quad Dead Zone was shot on video horror anthology. That one is free online. I'd like to see the story from that one called Food for Food for Made into a Movie. A family eats less food each day. Interesting. Sounds like the something to do with like Stephen King's Thinner. Um, Adam Schofield says, I saw The Nesting on VHS back in the 80s. I'm so old. Can't remember if it's good or not. I liked it. I kind of liked it for what it is. And then Adam Schofield goes, oh, poor Gloria Graham. Good film. Good film is Film Stars Don't Die in Liverpool, which is a biopic. Oh, I gotta see. I've heard about that, and I have to see it. But yeah, poor Gloria Graham, her career, like I said, she went from starring in all-time classic 1950s film noirs as femme fatales to ending her career as a ghost for a couple of minutes in, relatively B horror film in 1980. Um, and she also had a lot of her own personal troubles in her career. Um, and personal troubles in her life and whatnot. But Gloria Graham's always been one of my favorites. I forever have talked about wanting a Gloria Graham box set of like a bunch of her films. But obviously her career, spans so many different places, what licensing rights uh, issues and whatnot, that would never happen. But still, you can put together yourself a nice little Gloria Graham collection because so much of her stuff has come out, including this one being her last film. Um, yeah. So what was I talking about? Oh, yes, Murder Rock. So that's Murder Rock. Let's see what we got for special features. 2K 2 disc set, 4K Ultra HD, regular Blu-ray, 4K UHD presentation in Dolby Vision high dynamic range, newly scanned and restored in 4K from its original 35mm camera negative. Um, presented in original English language theatrical stereo soundtrack as well as Italian language dub with newly translated English subtitles. Commentary track with film historian Troy Haworth, Bullet Ballet in Blood, an interview with actor Robert Gilgarov, Heflin Prodigy, an interview with actress Sylvia Colatina, Lucio's Pet, an interview with actor Al Cliver. Yes, sorry, my eyes are starting to go. Lightning Murder, an interview with cinematographer Giuseppe Pinori, A Pen in the Dark, an audio interview with co-writer Gianfranco Clerci, Augusto Empire, an interview with film critic Eugenio Ercolani, a bunch of other stuff. Like, wow, this goes on. This is deluxe. There's about like a lot of like 8 special features on here. And a 40-page perfect bound book with essays by Stephen Thrower, Amanda Reyes, and Al Cliver. So there's tons of special features on here. This is a Vinegar Syndrome deluxe release in its truest form. Um, there's still plenty of copies left of this for all you Lucio Fulci fans. Um, so yeah, that's Murder Rock. Let's move over to the partner labels. Yeah. My favorite part of the game is the partner labels game. So, I got to see quite a bit of these. I don't know if I'm gonna go over everything I've seen just because I'm starting to get really, really tired and worn out. Um, and I want to keep yeah. So I'll see what I can do here before I pass out. So we've got a list of a bunch of stuff here. Let's go through these bad boys and then we'll dive into them. So from Film Movement Classics, we have Artie Shaw, Time Is All You've Got. From Saturn's Core, we have Bone Sickness. From Shudder, we have Good Madam. From Music Box Selects, we have Heavier Trip. From Icarus Films, we have a double feature of The Human Pyramid plus The Punishment. From Factory 25, we have Louder Than You Think, a lo-fi history of Gary Young and Pavement. From IFC Films, we have Love Crime. From Film Movement Classics, once again, we have The Marquise of O. Memory, from Memory, not my memory. Physician, Heal Thyself. From Film Movement Straight Up, we've got Playground. From VHS Hit Fest, we have Project Omicron. From Yellow Veil Pictures, we have Rats. From Magnolia Pictures, we have Severance. From AGFA, or American Genre Film Archive, we have The Sword and the Claw. From ETR Media, we have Underdeveloped. From Decanalog, we have What We Left Unfinished. And from Cartoona, we have When You Get to the Forest. That is all of these releases. So we've got, let's see, that's 10. That's 17 releases. 17 releases. Sorry, I had to count all of them in my mind. Things are getting blurry now with my eyeballs. But let's see what I've got to see and what I didn't get to see. So, What We Left Unfinished is a documentary about Afghani cinema. So, cinema from Afghanistan, which is something that I've never really delved into or really thought a lot about. So this was a fascinating documentary, which I think you can watch right now on Tubi, if I wanna if I remember. Um, let's see, let me read this here to you guys. In a time when film was more than just entertainment, it was a weapon. What We Left Unfinished unearths the incredible true stories behind 5 unfinished feature films from Afghanistan's communist era, 1978 to 1991. Filmmakers who dared to defy the odds, creating stories that both reflected and resisted these shifting political tides, were thrust into a battle where their craft became a matter of life and death. Through stunningly restored, newly rediscovered footage from these long-lost films, What We Left Unfinished takes you on an unforgettable journey into a world where the line between history and fiction often blurred beyond recognition. Witness the filmmakers' struggles against scarce resources, relentless threats, and political oppression as they sought to tell stories they believe could change the fate of their country. Um, yeah, it's a truly fascinating documentary. Like I said, about Afghani cinema during essentially the 1980s, 1979 to 1991, during a politically turmoil time in Afghanistan, in that area of the world, which we know now is in constant turmoil, really, the Middle East. The Middle East has been in constant turmoil pretty much since World War One. Since the well, yeah, since the end and during World War One. That's where all of the modern issues that we're having within, um, the Middle East right now, a lot of it can stem back to World War One and the aftermath of World War One. There's a whole history lesson to get into here, but a lot of the modern day conflicts is um, because of the actions of Western powers during and after World War One. Anywho, Afghanistan. We all know if you're in the United States, you've been familiar with Afghanistan now for over 20 years because of the war in Afghanistan. But I've never actually thought about what cinematic history was like in Afghanistan during a given time, let alone the 1980s. And this film gives you a lot of information, and it gives you a lot of information in not the easiest digestible way because you're not giving a lot of context. You're giving some context, but if you're not really familiar with it, you may be a little lost. But still, it's still amazing to see the footage of these lost films, and it's amazing to see the people involved in the making of these movies, whether it be the filmmakers who are still alive or the actors and actresses who are still alive and are giving their firsthand account of what they were trying to do at the time or what they were doing at the time, and you get a sense of what the government aspect and involvement was in cinema in Afghanistan at the time. It's a really fascinating documentary. One of my biggest negatives with it, other than that its subject matter may be a little hard to get into, is the way in which it's told is that it bounces around from movie to movie. It's trying to tell the story of these 5 different movies and the context around them and the people and the involvement around them, and it keeps bouncing around to each of them to the point where you may not be able to keep track of which movie they're talking about at any given point. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to keep track in that regard. But it's still fascinating to me, at least. Someone who loves, like, history, someone who loves cinematic history, international cinematic history, things like that, and, of course, how it deals and how it's so directly tied to the politics and the history and culture of our time. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Oftentimes, movies are representing the times in which they're made. They're very much reflections of the time in which they're made. Specifically, if there's a lot of political turmoil in the time in which it's made, it'll reflect that. So that's what you've got here. Let me check special features quickly. There's an introduction by the filmmaker Mariam Ghani, extended interview with filmmaker Latif Ahmadi, Q&A with filmmaker, actually with a bunch of filmmakers here. Um, Actually, no, it's Q&A with filmmaker Mariam Ghani and Shahzad Mohab, director of Women and Gender Studies at the Institute of University of Toronto. Wow, that's fascinating. Discussion with composer Kasim Naqvi and Mariam Ghani. Follow the Leader, which is a short film from 2019, and there's a trailer for, I think, 2 of the films. And then there's a trailer for the documentary itself. It's a short documentary too. It's only 71 minutes long. It's a very short documentary. I almost wish it was longer just to give us more information about the era and the time. Um, let's see. Oh, quickly, because this movie's not great. The Sword and the Claw is unhinged. It's like a sword and sorcery film from the 1980s. From oh goodness, where's this thing from? Let's see. Let's see. I don't even know where this movie's from. It doesn't even give me. There's no way this is. Oh my goodness, it's in English. So it's got a bad English dub. I'll say that it's a bad English dub movie. They took his money, family, and hands, but they can't take his revenge. Exploding from the same hallucinogenic underworld as Turkish Star Wars, The Sword and the Claw is a Turkish action fantasy spectacle that stars genre legend. I can't pronounce this at all. Kunyet? God, boy, that's approaching. Kanyet Arkin in most iconic role, distributed in North America by exploitation maestro William Mishkin. The movie contains more lo-fi bloodshed, pop art visuals, and bizarro dubbing than the boundaries of reality can handle. Yes. Yes, that's true. So this is the English dub version of this Turkish like I guess it's like sword and sorcery movie from 1975. Um yeah, It's region-free Blu-ray, preserved from the only 35 millimeter theatrical print in existence. I bet. I bet. Action trailer reel from Agva Vaults. Bonus movie The Brawl Busters from 1978, a Korean martial arts extravaganza that screened with the sword and the claw during its original US theatrical run. Wow. So yeah, this movie's about this guy who's like father is killed and his kingdom is taken, and he grows up and tries to come back and get revenge. At least that's kind of what I got from it. Um, it's not great. It's not great. Bad English dub too. This is a movie that you would watch on like a mystery science theater type of film and whatnot. Um, yeah. So let's see. Well, we got some comments here. Would you like to see a horror movie where cave art come to life and start killing hunters and other people? Yes, I would actually. That sounds very interesting. Um, and then Adam Schofield's have to pass out now. It's nearly 6 a.m. here. Night, Andrew, and thanks for the cast. No, no problem. Awesome. Thanks for showing up, Adam. It's 6 o'clock. You must be overseas. Um, so good night to you. And yeah, I'm probably it's 12:50 here now. So it is getting late for me as well. Well, actually, not really late. These are my prime living hours, if you can believe it. I'm a night owl. I'm like Batman minus the billions of dollars in cool armor. Um, but let's see what else we've got here. Um, let's move on from the sword and the claw. Cool title though. Um, so Severance is a movie I've seen from Magnolia Pictures, but I saw this a while ago because this got a release from somebody else. Let's see. Oh, I remember this movie. Okay. So working 9 to 5 is a real killer, and but team building holidays can sometimes be even worse. A coach lurches out of the hustle and bustle of Budapest and heads toward the mountainous border. Aboard are 7 employees of the international weapons manufacturer Palisade Defense, global suppliers of innovative weaponry for the past 75 war-torn years. The lucky group are being treated to a team building weekend at the company's newly built luxury spa lodge by their president, George Cinders. But things quickly go awry as the colleagues find themselves faced with the chop when their corporate weekend is sabotaged by a deadly enemy. Forget office politics, only the smartest will survive this bloody office outing. So this movie came out in 2006, and it is a it's a slasher film. This these group of employees go out for this weekend and they start getting murdered. And you're in the woods, so you're isolated. You don't know who's doing it. You don't know what's going on. But yeah, there's a new commentary with director and co-writer Christopher Smith and co-writer James Moran, moderated by film critic Kim Newman, booklet with new writing by film critic Molly Henry, archival extras, too many to list off here. Let's just say tons of extras, including an audio commentary with the director too. And I believe that's probably from the previous release. So that is Severance. And then we have the movie Rats with an exclamation point, Rats. And this movie I think came out in 2024, so it's a newer release. This movie is set in 2007. In 2007, I was 20 years old. I was in my second starting my sophomore year of college, so this movie had a lot of nostalgia type of stuff in it for me, growing up during that era. So, we got Texas, 2007. Emo kid Raphael is in jail following an arrest for graffiti. He's a good guy. It's just graffiti, so you can't blame him for the events after his arrest. He's not responsible for this. He's not responsible for the sting operations, the severed hands, the FBI, Larry the Pig, the plutonium deal gone wrong, or anyone who may die due to the deal turning sour. None of it is Raphael's fault, but it is his problem. So this movie is kind of wild, kind of crazy. Reminds me a lot of that movie. What was that movie? Smiley Face. Where what was that movie? Let me look it up. Not Smiley Face. What was it? Smiley Face. Yeah, Smiley Face. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that in the sense that it's kind of this over the top comedy. Smiley Face is the Greg Araki film, which Dark Star Pictures is putting out. or has put out already, actually. And it reminded me of that because it's kind of like a silly, over the top, ridiculous comedy with over the top acting, over the top comedy. There's this woman who plays this cop in this movie who's so hell bent on getting what she wants and doing what she wants. She's just screaming and yelling, so over the top and aggressive and just wild and doing insane things. And it's that type of comedy. It's that type of wild, over the top comedy that doesn't make any sense in reality. And this movie just has one wild scene after another of just like unpredictable silliness. Which I kind of vibed with. I laughed my ass off while watching it. So you've got this kid Raphael, who's kind of like this emo kid in the 2000s. His mom really doesn't give a shit. He just like smokes pot and graffitis things and whatnot, and he gets caught graffitiing like a telephone pole, and he decides, and the cops basically decide that, hey, um, you're gonna spy on your cousin, who we think is like, not only is he a drug dealer, but he's also may have like weapons of mass destruction, which is ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. And then there's also like this serial killer going around who's chopping off like people's hands, and like and whatnot. So like they think he may be connected. Cops may think he may be connected with that, but it's something completely irrelevantly different. So much random things happening in this movie, and I ended up kind of enjoying it for what it is. It's kind of like a stoner comedy if you think about it. Um, yeah. Let me see the special features. Let me see what we got here. Director's commentary. Um, wow, there's three director's commentaries on here. Uh, so director's commentary part one: MILFs, DILFs, and Kills. Director's commentary part two: Community Payback. Uh, director's commentary part three: He's missing his Hans. That's a running joke in the movie. Tell you this will make sense after you've seen the movie. Um, uh, one of the special features called "I love selling crack." Two broke boys can't afford fee. Um, there you go. Behind the Friends pre-pro quo, Larry bathes himself on the set of Rats. Larry is this pig that like this pet pig in the movie. Short film with pleasure, Rutro Shadow Band. And then there's one here called Post Nut Clarity, deleted scenes. This is the type of movie that this is. These are actually brilliant special features. There's an essay in the booklet by our friend Justine Smith. That's really cool. That's really awesome. Yeah, this movie's kind of brilliantly ridiculous. Yeah, Yellow Veil really doing it, really doing it. Let's see, Project Omicron I didn't get to see. Oh, Playground I got to see. Playground now switching the script. Film Movement is putting out Playground. Playground is switching the script completely from what I was just talking about. This is a dead serious movie. Okay? This is a movie that's dealing with childhood bullying from a very interesting perspective. So, in this debut feature by writer-director Laura Wandel, the everyday reality grade school is seen from the child's eye view as an obstacle course of degradation and abuse. Following 7-year-old Nora and her big brother Abel, we see Nora struggling to fit in before finding her place on the schoolyard. One day, she noticed Abel being bullied by other kids, and though she rushes to protect him by warning their father, Abel forces her to remain silent while he endures more humiliation and harassment by his peers. Um, so what we've got here is a movie that is entirely shown not only from the character perspective of this young this young child, but literally the camera angles in this movie are told only from this child's perspective. So when we see adults in the film, we only see adults from the way in which a child sees them. You know what I mean? So it's entirely told from a child's perspective. Um, and it's really, really fascinating because bullying is something that is so very much part of our society now. It's so very much part of children's society in general. And it's been part of our cultural society now for a very long time. And we are seeing what bullying can do. and the lasting effects and traumatic effects it can have on people, not only within their childhood, but within adulthood. And we're seeing the dire consequences that it has. So this movie is very much exploring how early bullying seems to take effect at such a young age as elementary school age children. And not even it's not even exploring why it happens. It's just exploring that it is happening, that it's there. And ultimately, what is the response to it? What are the adults doing? What are the teachers doing? What are the parents doing? What are the kids doing? Like in this description, even the child who's being bullied doesn't want to tell adults about it. And why is that? And the movie's not really asking those questions, just kind of showing that those things exist. And so it's up to us as I think viewers and people in society watching the movie to pay more attention to those things and to answer those questions for ourselves, and to do something about it in our society. So the movie is really operating on so many levels. And the movie's called Playground, and it's being put out by what was it being put out by? Oh, Film Movement. And let's see what we got here for special features. We have a bonus short film called Les Corps des Étrangers, Foreign Bodies, directed by Laura Wendell, and an essay by film critic Rafa Sales Ross. That is it. It's such a shame. It's a 72-minute film, came out in 2021. It's in French. It's a French film, but really, really good movie. And the child actors in it are fantastic. And the movie is shot as if it's like an everyday, event. Um, really good movie. Really, really good movie called Playground. Let's see what we got here for comments. Acres of Movies asks thoughts on Mad Dog and Glory. I'm assuming you mean Glory the Matthew Broderick film. Because if it's the Matthew Broderick film, it's really really good. If you talk about Mad Dog, is Mad Dog the Dennis Hopper film? Am I thinking of something completely different? No, that's Mad Dog Morgan. That's Mad Dog Morgan. I don't think I've ever seen Mad Dog. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it. No, I was just looking up a movie called Mad Dog, and I have not seen it. Let's see. Um, I don't think I've seen that movie either. Acres of Movies asks, that sounds like if looks could kill, kind of. Have you seen that one? I don't think I have seen If Looks Could Kill. Um, oh, Mad Dog and Glory is De Niro. Oh, it's a De Niro Bill Murray film. I did not know that. Oh, hold on. No, let me take a gander now. Oh, it comes up right away. Oh, the Robert De Niro film from 1993. No, I have not seen it. Who directed that? Oh, John McNaughton. No, I have not seen that film. I gotta check it out. Uma Thurman's in it. Mike Starr, David Caruso. Interesting. I gotta add that to my watch list. Oh, it's also Uma Thurman and oh yeah, David Caruso. I just said that. Huh. I've not seen that. But what I have seen is um the Marquise of O, which is an Eric Romer film. This is an Eric Romer film that's an adaptation. Already an established filmmaker by 1976, uh, of Marquis the above. Oh boy, this is rough. Already an established filmmaker by the 1976 release of the Marquise of O, and an adaptation of Heinrich von Kleist's classic short story. The film stands as Eric Romer's dazzling testament to the civilizing effects of several different arts. Witty, joyous, and so beautiful to look at. Um, Winner of the special jury prize at the Cannes Film Festival that year, Romer's film is set in 1799 during the Russian invasion of Italy. A young widow, the Marquise, with her parents. Her father is the commander of a citadel embroiled in battle with the fort overrun by Russians. The Marquise is abducted by a group of rowdy soldiers and is nearly taken advantage of when the Russian commander Count F, who's portrayed by Bruno Gans. When I saw Bruno Gans show up in this, I was so happy. Appears as if from nowhere to rescue her. Later, the Marquise realizes she is pregnant, though she cannot decipher how these circumstances came to be. The Marquise's scandalized parents banish her to their country estate, where she pens a letter to the newspaper announcing that she will marry the father, whomever he may be, should he only present himself. So, what we have here is a period piece directed by Eric Romer of an adaptation of a short story. Um, and yeah, to be honest, the movie is exactly what that premise just said. It's you get a lot of kind of like over dramatic, melodramatic moments between this marquise and her parents, and her trying to deal with the stress of not knowing how she got pregnant, who she got pregnant by, what's this going to do with the reputation for her family, what's this going to do to her reputation. She wants to marry this Russian commander guy portrayed by Bruno Gans, but is he going to accept her if she's pregnant from possibly somebody else? So you got all this kind of drama going around here. This would make a nice like masterpiece theater modern day adaptation if they ever did it. Uh, it's fine. I mean, it's not my favorite Eric Romer. It's still good, but I prefer his other films. If I was being honest, you know, um, his Six Moral Tales, and then his Seasons movies and stuff like that. Um, so yeah, I was surprised to see an Eric Romero film getting a partner labels release, but that's the Marquis of O. IFC Films is putting out Love Crime. Now, this is an interesting film. So this movie is directed by Alain Corneau. This was the last movie he directed, and he actually passed away 12 days after this movie came out. Um, Interestingly enough, this movie was then remade by Brian De Palma as the movie Passion, starring Rooney Mara and what's her name? Rachel McAdams. So it was, and I think that came out like 2012. So it was only like 2 years after this movie came out. This movie came out in 2010, and yeah. So I've seen the, I guess, English language adaptation of it. Um, yeah. So let me get into the synopsis here. So final film from director Alain Corneau. Um, oh boy, a lot of French here. Um, Pits the fiery talents of Ludwig Sagnier and Oscar nominee Kristen Scott Thomas against each other in a deliciously twisted tale of office politics, turned literally cutthroat. So what happens in this movie is Kristen Scott Thomas and Ludwig Sagnier play these two like executives at some type of, I don't know, some type of corporation, whatever. And I think um, uh, what's her name? Uh, Ludwig Sagnier. She plays a character called Isabel, and Kristen Scott Thomas is Christine. So Isabel is an like a junior executive below Christine, and Kristen Scott Thomas is kind of taking Isabel's ideas and passing them off as her own, and she is going to get a promotion because of it. Well, this kind of pisses Isabel off a little bit. She doesn't want to be, stuck in her, you know, yeah, her job forever when she's the one doing the better work. You know what I mean? She wants to kind of get out of the thumb of the Christine character played by Kristen Scott Thomas. And so she decides that she's going to put forth her own idea to the executives, the upper echelon people, and they love it. They love it, and they love it so much that they're not going to give Christine her promotion anymore. They're going to put a little hold on that. Then they're gonna, we want to see how these things are going to play out. That pisses off Christine and Kristen Scott Thomas a lot, and she decides she's going to start harassing and humiliating the Isabel character. And Isabel is probably not going to respond in the most positive of ways to that. That's the movie. That's only actually the first half of the movie. The rest of it is dealing with the fallout of this, humiliation and this relationship, if you will. The movie takes a bit of a turn after all of this stuff, um, and it may kind of languish and may take such a turn for people. They may not like the rest of the movie, or they may, like, not vibe with the rest of the movie. For me, the way the rest of the movie kind of plays out, a little too neat for me. A little things kind of fall into place a little too well when it comes to the playing out of the rest of the movie, which definitely, added some negative points for me for the film itself. The acting is really good. Like the premise I just pitched you guys sounds really great. You know what I mean? It's a little, modern day neo noirish going on here and whatnot. Um, but yeah, let's see what we got here for special features. New commentary by film critic Travis Woods. New video essay by film historian Alexandra Heller Nicholas, our friend. Booklet with new writing by film critic Katie Reif. And that is Alain Corneau's Love Crime, being put out by IFC Films. Let's see what else I got here. Oh, I wanted to see The Human Pyramid and The Punishment. These are two 1960 films from director Gene Roach. I just could not find these to watch. I've been aware of the director Gene Roach for years, and I've just not been able to see any of their work. But I wanted to watch both of these movies, and they're just not available to stream or see anywhere. So I want to make sure that the movie music that's being put up on Music Box Selects, it's called Heavier Trip. This is a sequel actually to a movie called Heavy Trip that came out in 2018. This movie is a lot of fun. And I'm assuming its first film's a lot of fun too. So death metal band who are called Impaled Rectum, don't get much more metal than that, escapes prison to perform at Wacken, Germany's iconic music festival. Their wild and imperious adventure into the metal music scene challenges the band's integrity in the sequel to cult classic Heavy Trip. Like I said, it's a sequel. I don't know if you have to watch the first one to watch this one. I didn't, and I was still fine. Like I kind of understood what we were going on here. It's a very much a satire. It's very similar to this is Spinal Tap, but for like modern day, um, like European heavy metal, um, and things like that. And this movie kind of follows certain tropes that those that certain music movies have to deal with. Like there's this one guy in the band who is getting all these deals, but he's gotta in order for him to achieve stardom, he's gotta like ditch his friends. Does he want to ditch his friends because he's loyal to them? But if he does ditch him, he's gonna make a lot of money and be successful. All this kind of stuff. So it's satirizing the music industry about having to like strip away who you are, strip away your integrity, and all this kind of stuff for success and money. It's going down those type of tropes, but it's fun and wild and wacky. Um, I kind of liked it. Came out in 2024. It's a Finnish film from Finland. We have behind the scenes of Heavier Trip, interview with Baby Metal, Heavier Trip at Fantastic Fest, and then Image Gallery. That's it. Let's see. I'm going through these really quickly here so I can finish up because this will be the last film I go over here, and this is a movie called Good Madam, put out by Shudder. So you can watch this if you have the Shudder streaming service, or if you have access to it. You can watch this on Shudder right now. And this is a movie. This is an interesting movie called one of the. CD, a single mother, is forced to move in with her estranged mother Mavis, a live-in domestic worker caring obsessively for her catatonic white madam. As CD tries to heal her family, however, a sinister specter begins to stir. That's about right. That's about right. Um, so you've got this movie that's obviously right off the bat you can tell is dealing with um racial tones. It's dealing with racism, it's dealing with racial dynamics, it's dealing with um things of that nature. What this doesn't tell you is that this takes place in South Africa, which obviously has a history of apartheid, which is definitely brought up quite a few times throughout the movie. So you have that background and that context of that. And what you've got here is a difference in generations too. You have a younger generation versus an older generation in terms of how they treat certain types of people. The older mother character, who is the caretaker, obviously treats the person she's taking care of with great reverence and great um, respect because of the way in which things were done in the old times, as opposed to the newer person who is wondering, why are you doing this? You don't have to do this anymore. It's not apartheid times anymore. All of this kind of stuff, and the movie is playing on those terms, which I wish it kind of delved into a lot deeper, and it doesn't. And the movie doesn't really play a lot deeper into those really heavy themes of race, of relationships, of even familial relationships. It doesn't really dive into a lot of it. It just kind of dabbles on the surface. I mean, I wish it kind of delved in a little deeper into a lot of these things. And there's kind of like, and it's kind of wrapped up in like a ghost story. Not really a ghost story, but there's this ominous presence throughout this movie that just kind of gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it kind of reveals itself at some point. Um, but even the revelation to me, I found was a little underwhelming. Some movies kind of a little underwhelming to me, but it's dealing with a lot of good things. That's what I will say about Good Madam. Able to watch on Shutter right now. There's a commentary track with the cinematographer, co-writer, and co-producer Jenny Kato Bass, and co-writer and co-producer Bartman, and actress and co-writer Shizuma Kosa. Oh, Chumisa Kosa. Video interview with Jenny Kato Bass. Video interview with Chumisa Kosa. Video interview with Babalia Bartman. Uh, Video interview with co-writer and actress Nosifo Tebi, a new interview with musicians Kanye Mavi and Nasfa Kanwa, and booklet with writing by film critic Jordan Searles. Okay, that is Good Madam. And I didn't get to watch anything else, so I did want to see the Artie Shaw documentary from, like, I think it's from 1986 by Film Movement Classics, but I did not get to see it, and that's unfortunate. But I think that's gonna be it. That's where I'm gonna call it. Let me just check on some comments here. Some stuff here from Acres of Movies. A new blacklist screenplay that is getting a lot of people trying to produce. That is called Circuit Board, with needing about two early computer designers that must sit and work with massive computers all day. That's interesting. It sounds like a documentary. Or could be a start of a good premise from um for some type of sci-fi thing going on. I'm always getting a Tron vibe from it. I don't ask me why. Nothing to do with Tron. Um, I think it's because the trailer for the new Tron movie just came out. That's probably why. Um, Acres of Movies ask, how many movies do you watch a day? Have you watched one in the background on a smaller TV and then one on a bigger TV at the same time? The smaller TV, you watch something that already familiar at low volume. I've never done that before, but per day, I try to watch about two films per day, 2 to 3 films per day. Um, yeah, that's pretty much that's my goal every day. Like last night, I watched 2 films. Um, when it comes to prepping for the podcast, I like to keep like at least 2 to 3 films per day. When it gets to like closer to crunch time, like closer to when we're actually going to be recording this, I would love to get at least 3 to 4 a day. Sometimes that's kind of impossible. I mean, it also depends on how long the films are. 90-minute films, um, you can get a lot more of those done than 2 hours and 20-minute films. It just so happened that this time for preparation, there were a lot of longer films for this week. Um, there were, La Vie en Rose and Rhapsody in Blue, the 2 Warner Archive titles. Those movies are both like 2.5 hours long. Um, uh, New York, New York is like 2 hours and 40 minutes long. So some longer films this time. Usually, earlier films like old Hollywood stuff is nicely, 90 minutes, 80 minutes long. That's really nice. But yeah, it really all depends on how long the movies are, and it also depends on the quality. I'll be honest. I would rather watch a 2.5 hour great film than a 70-minute bad film. Those can drain the life out of you because it's such a labor to get through some really bad films. And it's not a labor to get through some really great films. So it really all depends. It really all depends. But no, I've never done the whole two TV thing in terms of watching 2 movies at the same time. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll have like the Boston Celtics game on in the background on mute, or the Red Sox game on the background on mute, and I'll be watching, a movie, or whatever, and just to have it there to not, and it's not even like on in the background. It's just there. It's just there for me to like, if I ever like look over and see the score, look back, watch movie, see the score, back, watch movie. You know what I mean? Something like that. But yeah, yeah. JW Coop, I did not get to see. Acres of Movies asked JW Coop and Lead Belly interesting. Lead Belly is really good. JW Coop is directed by Cliff Robertson, the actor Cliff Robertson, who is probably most well known for being um um Peter's uncle, Uncle Ben, in the Sam Raimi films. That's why I think a lot of my generation knows who Cliff Robertson is. I don't think a lot of people from my generation know that Cliff Robertson had a whole long career before he was Uncle Ben, but he only directed two movies, at least he has two credits, and J.W. Coop is one of them. That's a Western. I didn't get to talk about it because I just didn't get to see it, unfortunately. But let me wrap things up here because we are over 4 hours. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening, whether it is through the live stream, through the rewatch of the live stream, whether you're listening on the audio. Thank you all. This has been episode or spine number for Chasing Labels number 162. I will be back here in 2 weeks' time to do the next episode, which I think that'll be the 29th. So there's one more left in April. By that point, I'm assuming we're going to have Criterion announcements. We're going to have Arrow announcements. We're going to have Eureka announcements by that point. Probably Indicator as well. Kino never stops. Kino never stops. So we will be diving into all of those at that point. There will probably be another on Watch Pile this month at some point. Check out a couple of the short videos that I've been posting here on Chasing Labels as well. And thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for all of the support always. And also, as always, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.